but don't get killed. Time to do some sketchy shit. Oh, what's up? Is that Shane? How you doing? Hi, Shemay. Happy Saturday. Time to do some sketchy shit. Do-da. Hope I don't get caught. Do. Hey, John. Everybody, Callie Mo. I'm late. Had to work. Had crap I got to do today. Rosie's a working girl. No doubt about it. The boss is all mad. You're supposed to be retired. I said, you can adopt me. You can put me on your plan for, your gold-plated IBEW Brotherhood. Goodbye, Ronnie. Man, I'm gonna tell you guys. Yesterday morning, I was on the road to see the doctor, and there's some kind of place in town that they put up to protect, like, some storks or something that are, I don't know. What the hell, right? I mean, you got all the countryside here. You could be out at a nice lake in the middle of vineyards with beautiful chateaus. And these storks choose to come roost like in the shittiest neighborhood down here, right in the middle of the trees in front of the median strip. I mean, I'm leaving the doctor's office yesterday, and I'm looking and I see some gigantic thing. I thought it was a damn plane coming in. It's a stork, right? And I'm looking at it, and I kind of pull over to the side of the road a little bit because I want to see this thing. And all of a sudden, the thing dumps a big shit right on the front of my hood. That thing takes the biggest shit I've ever had impacted the hood of my car up there. It's like, okay, well, that's what I get for being a nature lover, you know? That's what I get. Man, oh man. Like, really? Unbelievable. I know, just the story of my world, right? Just when I'm trying to get into nature and be a little, because people have said, Rosie, you know, you're too asphalt, you're too steel, you're too, you know, you're too hood. You just can't appreciate like camping trips and nature, and you're scared of like chickens and squirrels and all these things, but you'll walk the scariest fucking streets in America. You know, there's not, something ain't right with you. Well, we already know something ain't right with, you know, look at me, okay? What the hell, right? Yeah, I changed gender, right? Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, thumbs up if you're coming in. So yeah, I'm all gold, right? I'm perfect, right? So, but you know, that's the reward I get. That's the damn reward I get for trying to be more, to commune with nature, so to speak. And I get a big crap right on the windshield, right? Not even on the windshield, on the hood. I mean, damn thing looks like it's damn, I don't know, like so it's like an artist put a thing on the front and people look at it like, shit, man, what happened? I said, exactly. Right? You got it. Wow, that's a really wild looking turd. It looks like it just like a bird exploded on the front of it. Sorry to gross you out. Storks have good aim. Well, I don't know whether the things perceived me as a threat, or it was just a bad Friday or something, or it was just like target bombing practice, or I don't know what the hell it was. Wow, I mean, this thing is really big. I mean, there's multiple hit areas too on the front. And I debate whether to show you guys or not, because, you know, so other people write me, oh, you're so gross all the time and all that. So the birds, the cops were across the street, right? So I don't know. Yeah, okay, so I'm not much into nature, so, okay, sue me, right? I'd rather be in the cities. You know, when other people are heading out for summer vacation, I like to be heading into the core of the city. I used to enjoy that growing up in Baltimore. You know, I'd have to work my ass off. The rich people were all heading down to Ocean City. They got their fancy ass car. You know, I got some friends. Where are you going to be? We're going to be down at the ocean this summer. Where are you going to be? I'm going to be on the sweaty ass streets in Baltimore. Where do you think I'm going to be? And I used to get really jealous, and then I noticed in August that there was nobody in town, right? And it became like, shit, I can drive anywhere, right? The roads are free, they're open, there's not a lot of traffic. You know, it's like sometimes a nice light August breeze blowing in the afternoon and the evening, and I just thought, oh, where did you come from, dude? Right? Hey, how you doing, Sarah? You're missing my tirade tonight. So tomorrow we have this car show. This alleged car show tomorrow. So tonight's going to be chicken in a bag night. I don't care. It was late. I had to work. I had all kinds of shit going on today. You know, I got the boss. Oh, you should be retired. You know, we're down in Sausalito yesterday. You should come down and check us out, right? And I'm like, I'm working. Oh, you're supposed to be retired. You know, Medicare, you could already be on. No, man. Medicare is 65. Right? Don't wish my years away here. What am I, a fucking entertainment committee? Of course I am. Who doesn't want to be around the Rosie Girl? So we're going to have some nice chicken tonight and drink a few beers, and then tomorrow is May 1st. And we've got to really kind of step it up on our exercise and stuff. Yeah, I'm getting revved up. I'm getting my caffeine. It's only my second cup of coffee today. I had a few things that I pre-did that I uploaded. I had one on the Murphy channel called Atomic Attack. It's pretty interesting, from Motorola Theater on TV in 1951. That was pretty cool. So check that out if you haven't checked it out. I also, for Noreen, I went ahead and condensed the baking biscuits. I did a voiceover of that. It's about 8 minutes long. So if you want to see how I made biscuits on a barbecue grill, well, I've condensed it down to 8 minutes. And the recipe, the ingredients are down in the description box. So I've been working hard for everybody, so no doubt about it. Let's put out some hellos here today. Okay, we've got Shimei and Moose Knuckle and Callie Mo. Brenda, how are you? Coach Isms, nice to see you. Carol Hall, hello. See Jennifer Sanchez, with the way I love her name spelled. We've got a totally new chatter here. Todd, welcome chat. I will see you. We'll see you on what? I don't even know what the hell that is. So then there's Wine Country. Oh, it's Good Luck Bliss. How are you? Rosemary Lopez, as usual, good to see you. Noreen, Adam, Tagui, nice to see you. Got Sarah Kate. Let's see who else I've missed. Beach Bowl, hello to you. Rosemary Lopez said hi to you. Hurricane Ida, new chatter here tonight. Hello, Nino from Canada, good to see you. Garrett, hello to you. Morning Dove, nice to see you tonight. I'd like to be around when we're doing the chicken in a bag, and we're doing the wings tonight. Wine Country said, I retired at 58, don't regret it at all. Well, I'm going to be going at least till I'm 65. Hello, Mr. Lantern, nice to see you. I probably won't draw Social Security till later. Is it lady? Yeah, the lady of entertainment. So it's good, nice to see Coach. Hello, Capricorn Moon. Love the biscuit recipe. Well, thank you. It turned out wonderfully. Hey, Mary, how are you doing? Good to see you tonight. Catherine, hello. I know I'm late tonight. I try to get here about 5 p.m. my time. Love you too, Nino. Always nice to see you guys here. So it was a busy day, but I like to stay busy because if you're busy at work, the day goes pretty fast. And on Saturday, I don't have a ton of people around asking me stupid questions and stuff all day long, and that makes the work flow. And I don't get pressed into other jobs like, oh, can you help carry out this medical equipment for $100? And then I'm like herniate and blow out my nuts, herniate myself and all that. So, hey, hello, Jeff. How are you? Hello, Ace. My super chat. Sometimes it takes a while to show. I know we're enabled noise-wise. Let me check that. Yeah, we're enabled. Sometimes it takes a while for the super chat to come through. It's usually a pretty dependable system, but I know Morning Dove, a few of yours have gotten caught in the switches here. You're working on an art project. I can't think of anything nicer to do on April 30th than to sit down and be able to do a piece of art. It almost sounds like in 2022. One of the most joyful things you could do is just sit down in peace and quiet and just create something of beauty. And I admire you for that, Mary. That's wonderful. Blackbird I think he was under the weather today, so I didn't want to bother him. I wanted to get him to help me move the console into the workshop so we can start our next restoration project coming up. Super chats. I think it's working okay. I don't think have I been demonetized again? I don't know. Is the super chat little bing showing? I don't know what's going on tonight. So art project sounds really good. Sometimes the system might be a little slow for YouTube too. So, but if it doesn't bing a bang a boing, it doesn't get charged. So hyper realistic color. Oh, I like that. That's like people that do paintings that are almost photographic, like 1080 high definition paintings, which were all the rage, I think, in the 90s or something like that. So the super chat is there. It just won't. Okay, so maybe the system is down right now, Noreen. So not a big deal. I'm just glad you're here tonight. Joni, how you doing? I don't know. You know, it's yeah, that's what it is. So that's good. It's nice to be able to do something of beauty, and in this day and age, in 2022, that's a wonderful thing. And I'm kind of jealous. Well, I do have artistic skill. Maybe one day it'll be recognized. Okay, my turkeys at Thanksgiving, turkeys for sale with using my hand to trace turkey feathers and all. It's classic, okay? We're going to have a mug for this. I know I'm behind. Don't talk. I know I'm behind on mugs and all that stuff. I didn't think I'd be working so much this year, so. But things are good. Things are good, so. Yeah, well, you know, the guys, so if the super chat system is down tonight and it's not processing, it ain't processing. Or it all might come in through some big lump later on. I have no idea, because knowing Google, YouTube, they want that money. Got that clause in that stuff. So trust and believe. I love your type of art. You like my art, man? It's like a school kid would look at that and say, yeah, what grade are you in? Art is for rich people. We poor people don't get to do art. I could not disagree with you more, Adam. I could not disagree with you more. You could pick up a piece of wood outside and take a penknife and whittle something that would be mind-blowing to people and would be artistically beautiful. Look at the Native Americans, the Native Alaskans, and Eskimos and people like that. And the beautiful totems that they carved and things like that. And they didn't have a pot to piss in. So art is, no, I don't believe that. You can arrange rocks in a beautiful pattern around your yard and spell out something or create something beautiful. You have to be creative. You have to have a creative mind. As Ernest Hemingway once said, and I've told you this story before, that unlimited freedom, and you can substitute money for that, is the enemy of creativity. Meaning that if you can't stay focused on something, and if your mind is scattered in 1,000 different directions, and you could do this, you could do that, you could do that, because money gives you the opportunity to buy these art supplies, well, sorry, right? Art has to be created. Actually, some of the greatest artists in the history of the world have been incredibly poor people that have just loved what they did, and they could hardly care whether they ate a piece of bread in a day, as long as they had money to buy their paints and things. Yeah, there's PayPal too, if I know that works. So yeah, just do art. So hey, how you doing, Monica? Cala de Reyes tonight, Mexican beef soup. Nice. So I think art is for everybody. Art transcends just like music. Imagine if we had to be wealthy. Imagine if we had to be wealthy to get a license to create art, or to create music, or to be able to be allowed to play a guitar, or even a harmonica. And what, you can buy a decent harmonic for $30-40 and be busking on the corner and make TikTok and make yourself famous out there. So hey, Kentucky fam, how are you doing tonight? So yeah, I always admire people that are I'm very analytical. I'm very engineering mind oriented. Things are always sharp angles, and maybe that's why I'm trans, to get, you know, curvy body is kind of a fight back against that kind. Who knows? The mind works in very mysterious ways. But Mary R., enjoy your art tonight. I think that is wonderful. Maybe you'll upload some and share it with us. That would be wonderful. Now I have noticed when some people talked about super chats and things like that, I have noticed at the end of the month, around the 30th of the month, things sometimes get a little screwy on Google and processing transactions and stuff. I don't know. You did art. That's what I'm saying. Somebody one day that turkey drawing could be, shit, it could fetch hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? Right? Is this a real Rosie O'Kelly? She never signed any of her work, so we have to have this authenticator come down to gold and silver pawn stores to authenticate whether this was the real Rosie O'Kelly that did this. Yeah, let's spend the money. Let's get them down here. Got some taxidermist turds to mount on the wall. That's an art in itself. To animal restoration to make them look as lifelike as possible. I've always enjoyed looking at displays of taxidermy done well. Hey Liz, you're cooking buffalo wings tonight, and say hi to Amanda here this evening. Grandpa's like lost over here. He's got his prison shuffles on. I don't know. Food is art too. Do you know, Adam Gilligan, that the most creative food presenters and food presenters earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a year just to shoot food, liquor, spirits commercials. They get paid incredibly well, and it's a big skill to make something beautiful. Yeah, rest in peace, Naomi Judd. Yeah, she passed away. Hey Bobby comes down to chicken in a bag. Well, I was going to have it last night, but yeah, you're learning that guitar. That's nice, Shemay. I was going to have the chicken in a bag, and then the whole night got away from me. We were babbling. We were so intense the first couple hours last night. So I don't want that to happen tonight. Tonight's a fun night. Although I will tell people that Warren Buffett, you can see by my community post, Berkshire Hathaway did have their annual meeting today, and God love them, they answered questions from shareholders for 5 hours, which is pretty unusual. And then Buffett's like, oh, I blame Wall Street for turning the stock market into a gambling parlor. Well, you're a day late and $1 short, my dude. That's all I can say. You weren't out there months ago like me telling people, hey man, the shit's ready to hit the fan. Yeah, so I don't like all these after the fact people crowing and stuff. I have nothing against the guy, but you could have told people that months ago. Bunch of bullshit. What was Shemay's gift? A wonderful light set for my, well, every day has been a gift. I'm looking today. I wonder what I'm going to get today, right? An incredible, and I think if it gets a little darker, we might try to whip around on Spanky a little bit tonight. I've got an incredibly powerful 1,000 lumens headlight and a tail light, rechargeable, for the bike. Now, mind you, people say, hey, Winter, people say, Rosie, that flashlight that you take to the graveyard, by the way, the graveyard person didn't send anything today, okay? But I would meet people that say, man, that light, what is that? Hey, it's a 750 lumen. This light is 250 lumens more brighter than that. So it's an incredible set, and I'm super appreciative of that. I was just watching when I loved it. Yeah, thank you, Prince. For those of you who haven't seen it, Motorola in 1950, 1951, one of the early, they used to do dramas, and Motorola used to sponsor a Motorola Hour where they would do theater. And they staged as if a nuclear bomb had gone off in New York City, and this family's 50 miles away. Their father works in New York City. They find out that he passed away. Kids are panicking, and looters start to hear looters and gunshots. It's a pretty intense flick, and you get to see a young Walter Matthau in that movie. and a young Jane Wyatt. So it's kind of a wild movie. I suggest you go over to the Rosie Murphy channel and check it out. It's pretty intense. And a point that I would make is, at that time we at least had organized civil defense people. We don't have anything now. And now, as I said before, if the shit hits the fan and you have no communication, no cell towers, no nothing, you can't get anything at all, you're really going to be up shit's creek. Get yourself a couple portable radios that are hand cranked, solar, whatever. It's a terrifying film, and it's one of a series that's going to be coming your way. Not just for interest's sake, but to just dispel people of the notion that it's not survivable. Okay, and of course the weaponry is much more larger in scale and much more destructive. But there will be survivors. There will be people that survive. Yeah, if you don't have electricity, you're back in the Stone Age, okay? We really don't ever know how much by a thread our existence hangs. We don't know. We don't know that knucklehead 5 minutes from now over in the Kremlin could just say, fuck it, this war's a disaster. You know, our balls are getting cut off here in Russia. Now, mind you, I love the Russian people. I've got nothing against them. But this guy's kooky, and he just lets it rip, and somebody just turns the code key and it's there. Okay, so, and there we go. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Carol. We live in an unstable world. Well, I think anything between Richmond's, Virginia, Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Maryland, Philadelphia, right on up the line, New York City, Boston. I mean, of course, they're all toast, okay? The major cities of our eastern seaboard. But there's a lot of this nation that won't even know about it, okay? They'll just have to hear about it. Rechargeable flashlights aren't going to cut it, okay? You get plenty of batteries, you got flashlights, just like you're ready for a hurricane or a tornado. You got candles, you got flashlights, you got food, you feel good, you feel secure, okay? Well, we were kooky dropping one on Japan. I don't know if we were kooky dropping one on Japan. I mean, in hindsight, a lot of people want to be you know, have negative feelings about that, but that's at the zeitgeist, at the spirit of the times. Do I want to sacrifice 100 to 150,000 American troops that would be lost in an invasion of the home islands of Japan? And if we had to go island by island and fight our way through the streets and the cities of Japan, it would have been an absolute bloodbath. So, but I respect your opinion and your feelings on that situation. There were a lot of lives that were saved in the use of that, or to is coming 2022. But people that have an ethical issue with the usage of it, hey, I respect your rights. Okay. Thank you, Nehemiah. Good to see you. So, by dropping the bombs, it saved a lot. It did. And that was the biggest argument. And you cannot believe that, you know, it was an easy decision for Harry Truman to make. He was barely a couple days into, Roosevelt died in April of 1945, and the bomb was dropped in August. So he had a lot of shit to get caught up to speed because he didn't know anything about it. He was totally in the dark about it. But when MacArthur came to him and said, you know, we start landing troops in Japan, and we're going to have about 1,000 lives lost for every mile that we conquer there. So, hey, Nicole, I don't agree, but I do respect her. Yeah, thank you, Moose Knuckle. And, you know, as long as you're not flaming and you're not being mean, everybody has a right to express opinions here, and they're all honored, and they're all appreciated. true advocacy of free speech, okay? But if somebody wants to disagree with you about such things as vaccination and other policies, then we have a right to disagree. And pros and cons have to be addressed. I mean, Truth Revealed and I have had some real epic go-rounds, and Truth remains a great member of this community, and I hope to hell that he came through the night pretty good last night, because in Nebraska they were supposed to get some huge cells moving through there at 1 and 2 a.m. But I guess because the Berkshire meeting went on in Omaha, I guess everything was okay there. I don't know. Even again, you can still rig up some way to turn the dynamo. A lot of space. I thought there'd be more people downtown tonight. Yeah, thank you, Liz. So I'll always appreciate and honor differences of opinions. I may not agree with them. I'll tell you I don't agree with them. I'll tell you why I don't agree with it. But your opinions, your things that you put out will stand. They will not be removed on here. But there will be counter arguments that will be entertained. PLG conversion kits. Yeah, thumbs up or appreciate it. Let's hit it hard tonight. Let's hit it early, hit it hard. We got some ground to make up. We're going to have fun tonight. It's always fun to have chicken in a bag, have a couple beers, and just enjoy and bullshit and have a good time. Yes, how did she end, Vanilla Rain? I did get the news flash that came across my phone that she had passed away. Did she have a tragic end or what? I'm not quite sure. Oh no! Oh no! 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 Oh, that's heartbreaking. That's heartbreaking. I tried to comment, think I know something about it, hardly ever tell me. Well, Moose Knuckle, you're a valued member of the community here. See, people get into flame wars. They start cursing each other. They call it names and F you and this, and then you don't make any more progress. It just becomes, we're dug in. You say your piece, I say mine, and we move on. We debate it back and forth, and we kick it around. She was a beautiful woman. I'm always sad when people have to fight depression and internal demons and things like that. I get terrifically sad. I don't know if we're going to be chooching tonight. We might be going out on Spanky tonight. Hey, Health, how are you? I don't read any posted use words to it. She just died from... Okay. Okay, well, okay, well, that might be a kind of a metaphoric way of tastefully saying that she lost her battle with, with mental illness and things like that. So God bless her. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, Naomi Judd. You gave me some of the greatest musical moments, and yeah, you broke ground for female artists, and or you'll always be a legend in country music and down in Memphis and places like that. So I'm sure it's a sad day down in Memphis today. You lose one of country music's greats. So, God bless. I'm sure everybody's heartbroken, and sometimes you just can't, despite how hard you try and beat yourself up. Oh, if I could have done this, or I could have done that. We just don't know. Sometimes we can't get inside of the mind of the sadness and the despair and the feeling of no escape and things like that. Yeah, I'm sorry, Amanda. Brain fart. Nashville, thank you. Nashville, Tennessee, not Memphis. I'm thinking barbecue. No, Nashville, Tennessee. Thank you. Nashville, Tennessee. Well, I'm sure they're sad in Memphis tonight, too. Depression is a horrible thing. Just 2 lithium batteries and a 600-watt inverter and a way to produce one, and then you can have all the electricity you need. Well, it's a big, that's a big leap for people, for Adam, and, there's a good possibility that people electrocute themselves, too. you know, you start fooling around with alternating current, and you get something wired wrong, and you touch the frame of whatever generator, and you can be, you know, the terrible thing about high voltages, people be like, well, if you feel the voltage like 120, you can just let go. Well, 120 feels bad enough when you get a 120 shock, and I've probably had 20 of them in my life. But you get up a little higher, and guess what happens when you touch it? Your muscles seize up, and you cannot release your grip. They just clench on that, and you cannot release your grip, and you die. What was the, did you mail it to the P.O. box? I didn't go up this week. Promise you Monday. So I'm going to check it out and see if it's there Monday. So what did you, I don't want to say what did you send me, because I've opened a lot of stuff. I looked it up, and she was to be inducted into, wow, whoa, wow, she was to be inducted into the Country Music Hall of Fame tomorrow. Are you kidding me? Laura Ingram allowed her elderly mother work to pay her daughter. Yeah, it's the amps that get you, but let me tell you, 240, yeah, that'll get a leg of that. Hello, Song Wang, welcome to you. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning to you, wherever you are. I'm going to get his lead ass out of the gassing. Yeah, I'm going to have some chicken in a bag. Well, I haven't done it with the traditional wings. I've taken little pieces of breast meat, so I'm going to be firing some wings into the bag tonight and cook them up. Makes me wonder if the pressure was too much, aging, looks, etc. So sad. Well, it's I don't know. I mean, in a lot of ways, you know, we're in a society where women get judged very much on appearance and things like that. Maybe to some extent that's changing these days, and that's a good thing. As we see more plus size models, we see more realistic advertising, reflections of true America and true stuff around the world. But there's still the demands. We see it in adolescent girls that are very subjected to peer pressures. They look around, see other girls, how they're developing and things, and they get all kinds of cues from social media, and it becomes, you know, it can really stick in their, it can really get trapped in their mind, this fight to be, oh, okay, well, it's probably there, Morning Dove. So Monday. What's the flavor? It's Korean. I just call it Korean shake chicken. Garlic powder, onion powder, cayenne pepper, chili powder. I don't know what the hell else we put. Parsley flakes if we have that. So I like a woman that's got a full figure and very little makeup. That's fine. It's just, you know, it's very hard, especially if you're a beauty queen or something and you age and it doesn't go, you know, it's, I don't know what to say. I mean, it's a tough road sometimes. It's a very tough road. Yeah, being a teenager today with social media and the way all that stuff is jacked up these days, I've got a big problem with the trans community, as you guys know, on Twitch, and I'm going to have more time to finally get back to Twitch a little bit next week. And let's see, Health said, so true, the photo editing doesn't help. No, they do it on social. Many don't know how unreal. It's my whole, that's my whole thing, Health, about, that's been my whole bone to pick with stuff in general, is that we've shifted the paradigm of beauty. And I've used this example before. People like Peter McKinnon, who's a great photographer. I don't know, have 6-7 million followers on YouTube. He's probably the number one photography guy. He takes great pictures, but he edits the shit out of them. So if he takes a picture of, you know, Yosemite with the Bridal Falls or whatever it is, and you go take a picture, or you go to visit there, and you're going to say to yourself, shit, man, it must be an off day, because that doesn't look like, look at McKinnon's picture here. And look at that. So we're editing, we're shifting the paradigm of beauty, and instead of making beauty a wider appreciated thing, we're narrow focusing beauty more and more, and we're losing our ability to accept people for natural, for the beauty of the species and things, and that's very concerning to me. Yeah, why weren't all people created to see? Yeah, the natural beauty is being lost. It's what I call digitization of the world. We want a picture to look good, but it's not the real. It's not the real photograph. I mean, you want to see real pictures. Look at Ansel Adams and his pictures of Yosemite, striking black and whites. Look at the black and white pictures that were taken by the Works Project Administration during the Great Depression, when they put cameras in people's hands and paid them, and the black and white pictures. There was no touching up, there was no digitization or things like that. You just saw the real raw arts come out, the real power of that, you know. So health, you know, as a pro, and if I see that too. Most photos super saturated, bumped up in vibrancy, contrasted. They're color graded to unnatural, and it's always concerned me, because, you know, 20 years ago you could have had a good picture of Yosemite and the Bridal Falls or Half Dome, and then Peter McKinnon's comes along with the digitized, remastered version, and man, your thing is going to look like shit in comparison, you know, right? And that goes down to the girls too, you know, with all the distorting reality with digital shifting in imagery and all that, with Lightroom and Adobe and all that kind of stuff. I only correct a tiny what happens with a turn or a scrunch, not redo the body of my clients. I don't know, a person who is such much shorter my data than me. People look at something and think it's a little better than their life and want to be like that. Putting the hand over keys to war while he has cancer surgery. Generally reported Putin is suffering from, I don't know what that is. I don't know if that's breaking news or what that is. I don't know. Well, it's not, but misogyny is also created by women themselves, right? Who do women do it for? They don't do it for the men. They do it for other women. You think if I go into a bar, do you think as a guy, I get the whole picture of the woman immediately, okay, within a millisecond. She's either attractive, knocked out, whatever. But a woman will look at those girls in the bar. She will look at them from the top of their hair, whether she's got a weave or whatever, extensions, down to her face. Did she get work done? Her neck, does she have a chicken neck? Her jewelry, her dress, her waist size, her legs, stockings, all the way down the whole thing. Don't think that women dress for men. Women dress for other women, okay? This is the reality of the situation. Hey, Jennifer, how are you? Good to see you. Right? Guys don't do that. Guys, it's a quick glance. Yeah, she's attractive. Now I'm on to the next step. The women are hypercritical, and they're the ones that, you know, the other women are studying very closely on there, in my opinion. Chinese families serve good dinner to the entire extended family. Dress for myself, not men or women. Good for you, Liz. Be yourself. That's just my opinion. Some of us do make up for the men because we've been trained to worry about attraction. But I see your point. Well, I'm saying, of course, there's a general level of attractiveness. Look, I used to, years ago, you know, and I would have the morning in my morning chooch, I'd do some things about Oh, Jennifer Aniston got caught out without her makeup yesterday, and it's just like, whoa, or something like that, right? And, let's face it, makeup, a little bit of eyeliner, lipstick, it's a totally different story. That's what I call baseline, just appearance. Okay? Of course you want to look attractive. But, once you get married, you have kids, do you really want to have to fight the beauty quotient the whole way up? Right? Yeah, there you go, Liz. I mean, you're cute. But I'm saying that the women are always the most critical of other women. Guys don't even know how to parse what they see unless it's fashion guys and, wonderful thing about some of the gay community, these guys are so fashion conscious, and so, they're like cutting edge of being able to look at something, oh no honey, and they're just like, wow, cute as a button. I like that, cute as a button. But I've always talked about and considered the way that we've with digitization, and I talked to Blackbird extensively about this, because he takes great pictures of imagery and reflections, and he composes his pictures, and he's telling me on the way back, oh man, I got to get on the computer and I've got to start manipulating the image and stuff like that. And I'm like, oh my dude, no man, you've captured something that's just naturally so cool. But you got to let people do what they want to be. Yes, women can be very judgy and catty. Go into a ladies' room sometime, okay, at a casino. My God, I go into the casinos late night, 11 p.m. into the ladies' room, and it's like a hen fest in there. Oh my God, did you see that dress on her? Her ass is hanging out the back end, and she's like, 10 pounds of fat in a 5-pound bag. Oh man, they're just tearing the living shit, and guys are just going in and peeing and doing their business, right? Well, Jennifer B, you're wonderful. Noreen, you know what I mean. Ladies get a few drinks and they'll kind of lower their inhibitions a little bit, and they speak a little more freely. As the night goes on, unless you're a really big mouth guy, guys become more focused on what I call target, whereas women become kind of louder mouth to a general. They start to spread their voice. And I've lived both genders. You guys got to understand, okay? Living both genders has given me a unique perspective to really study life. And I've noticed as women get a few more drinks and they become bigger broadcasters, whereas men get more kind of narrow focused on. Well, I didn't want to say women are meaner than men, but I would say, and I've said on YouTube for years, that it's the women that have really changed the last 20 years. Guys, women are much bigger in stature now. They're much more outspoken these days. They're much more alpha than they were even 20 years ago. And guys are like, I hate to say, kind of receding into the, it's very hard to grow up as a guy these days. The expectations of what you're, are you supposed to be rough and tough? Are you supposed to be emotionally plugged in? It's very difficult. No, I'm not cooking home fries. I just stick with the meat. I'm still very much on keto. So it's very interesting, the dynamics that have occurred, especially over the last 20 years. I know, Liz, look at the average woman today compared to 20. Look at photos from the 1940s and 50s. A woman's shoe size was 3.5 to 4. And just, you still have guys look the same. They're skinny and right. Their jeans are hanging at their knees. It's the women that have changed remarkably lately. I get scared of some lesbians. I guess I don't really know about that, but you're not the first person I've heard. because they come in all different shapes and sizes and personalities too, and right. But it's an interesting dynamic, and I do think, though, that Health has really hit on it with the art. I think that was Health that said that, the art world and the way that we are manipulating images and we're redefining what's beautiful. And I think this is why so many girls, we have tripled the number of girls now than we did 20 years ago that have gender identification issues, because a lot of them, I'm convinced, through social media influence, they want to step off the female train because it's just too emotionally difficult for them to absorb what they see. And they think that they think that the male life is a lot easier because people aren't judged. Guys aren't judged by appearance and things, and that's a really tragic thing if my theory is correct. A lot of people in the LGBT are mean. Well, I think if you're going to be a transgender woman, there's going to be a certain amount of, you have a much harder role. You're young, Nicole, you're beautiful, but if, other women that are coming in and, they have to, I've been lucky myself at my age that I was able to do well. But I'm saying some of them achieve that greatness and they want to rub others' faces in it and things like that. And that's kind of a sad, thing. But we perpetuate our sexuality a lot in the LGBT community. I'm certainly do that. I like bouncing around and strutting my stuff. And it's just for some of us, I think it's baked in the cake, right? There are some big women out there. And my men, Skinny, how do you deal with life on the day that people? I've never really had an issue, Liz. I've traveled all over the world and country and have never had issues. My lesbian friends are harsh as people. I see a couple of them get pretty militant about pronouns. That's where people tend to speak. The boy, the girl, they leave the 99%. Yeah, the whole pronoun battle and all that kind of stuff. It's the ridiculous. Well, this is what I devote a lot of my Twitch channel to, the ridiculousness that's now overtaken this community. And how it's endangering our community. It's putting us in the gun hairs. I never felt unsafe as a trans person until 2021, 2022. Think about that. We were much more widely accepted 10, 15 years ago than we are today. Okay, so if you want to find my thoughts on that and stuff, check out my Twitch channel and make sure that you download the Twitch app and the notifications so you'll know when I go live. Okay? So, we're not exactly team player, top flying loyal female. Well, I've noticed that women tend to get along better with, women tend to have more long-standing male friends than female friends. That was one of the issues I had with like the show Friends, was like, I don't know, right? Started working in a woman when left. Okay, Jennifer, yes. Medicare's a rip-off plus. Well, Walter King, it's a lot less expensive than I'm paying now, my friend. I should pray to be able to pay a Part B supplement compared to what I'm paying now. The show Friends is annoying. Horrific abuses in the harder areas. I prefer male friends to women friends. Yeah, I think that's been accentuated lately. You don't like sitcom laughter? You mean the laugh track or what? Yeah, great topics today. Thank you. We always find something to hit on. But this has been a bone to pick with me about digital manipulation of imagery and shifting the beauty paradigm. I think there's a lot of inherent danger in that, and I think that's filtering through in social media now. And I think it's hitting girls particularly hard. It's hard enough, having raised two girls before social media was a huge thing. It's hard enough to keep them feeling good about themselves, and I couldn't even imagine today. Right, trying to keep on track and have positive self-imagery of self and all that. Yeah, do you like the links I send you? Nicole and I just send TikToks back and forth to each other. Why have people become less accepting? Because the trans community has become more demanding, Joni. And in their demands has pushed the limits of what reality is in my mind. But you'll have to come over to my Twitch to hear that when I do live streams on that. Yeah, I like some of the stuff. Thank you. Just try to pretend like the only ones. Well, that's what I say. You'll never find a more selfish community than the transgender community. I've always said that. Okay. They tend to be very single focused in their politics. They will never put the greater whole of society ahead of their individual wants, which I think is a really terrible, terrible thing. You know, we can't have everything we want. You know, all Republicans are bad, right? Well, I'm an independent. I'm not bad. You know, I agree with some of the stuff DeSantis said. I don't need a kindergarten child looking at something that this is the genderbread man or genderbread cookie. Jesus, do I really need that in kindergarten through third grade? How did I get along with that? It's just ridiculous shit. I'm not a fan of the Friends show. I just never really enjoyed Friends that much. I thought it was too... I got a lot more out of Seinfeld, but I get a hell of a lot more out of Curb Your Enthusiasm. I thought there would be riots when Musk bought Twitter. I don't know, Winter Storm. I mean, I have a lot of questions about that, but I'm not, you know, it's like his money. CYE. I have a few trans friends in there. Well, some of those people. Well, you know, I'm not going to discuss it here, but I'm just saying I'm not a real favorite amongst some people in the trans community, and that's fine. They're going to be 30 years old and 26 years old. Hawaii passed a bill making health insurance have to cover all trans surgeries. Well, we do that, I think, in California to some extent, I think. Took the constraints off, but I'm embarrassed by what I see and read on self-prejudice. That's what we have on Favo. People are just striking back against some of the ridiculousness of the demands of the community, and I have to agree. Like I said, it's put me on the outer fringes with some people. Big deal. All they care about is their own selfishness. They don't look at the greater fabric of society. As long as it advances their agenda, then everything else be damned. They could give a shit about what's going on in Ukraine. They don't give a fuck about the economy and the constraints that spending is under. It's all about what I can get next. And this is why I say that I feel much more in danger now than I did 20 years ago, 15 years ago. I feel like society was much more accepting of us 15 years ago. And today we have just split this. All I hear about in the news is trans this, trans that, and blah, blah, blah. Transitioning is supposed to be seamless. You pass to the gender and move on and live it. Fuck, these people are just stuck and their gears are stripped. They just can't move ahead. Yeah, entitlement's the new norm. Well, we're going to see a lot of entitlement stripped away, but not before the streets fill up with a lot of pissed off people. Yeah, I still like you whether you're trans. Well, thank you, Adam. I appreciate that. I'll keep my hands to myself. My dad was like, he obviously lived in both worlds. My dad and mom was like, yeah, if you love, you love. Love is acceptance, right? Unconditional love. I found killed in the Rodney King run. I'm sorry to hear that, Winter Storm. And yesterday was the 30th anniversary of the Koreatown riots and all that stuff. It's hard to believe. I did that whole story the day the Korean dream died in America. Koreatown was never the same again. Oh shit, you know what? I'm not even fucking plugged in here. We're gonna die, guys. How dumb am I? I can't believe it. I probably run this thing down to shit right now. Not too bad, 59%. That's spooky. That was the first video I've ever seen you do. Really, Moose Knuckle? Oh, cool. Happy Saturday, P. Carver. I enjoyed doing that story. I enjoy putting those historical stories together and walking the streets and the buildings where things actually occur. There's too much concern about what goes on. It would be better if people worried about their own lives. Well, as a parent, I don't know how many of you parents and raise kids. I was always very vitally concerned about my children's educations and making sure that they had a good education. Public schooling, yes. But good public schooling and backed up at home with a lot of study and a lot of, making sure that everything was thoroughly understood. And I think that paid off a lot by having that kind of input in things, and I cared about what they learned in school. And I would have probably flipped my shit if it was kindergarten through grade 3 and they were talking about gender and holding up something of a genderbread person or whatever. Hey, Kelly, because I just think, okay, are we teaching something that's useful or are we indoctrinating people? Think about the difference between the two. Are we pushing an agenda? Or are we truly providing an education that is useful and needed at that point in life? It's a big difference. And I can understand, and if I do a TikTok and express my opinion, I know it's going to get shipped around, shared like crazy. Hey, how you doing, Smelly Cat? We're having chicken in a bag nights. That's exactly my point, Bliss. How about our slipping educational standards as a nation? Before schools got into the social aspects of life and stuck to the teaching aspects of hardcore educational subjects, and became laboratories for social experimentation, became secondary, in some cases, primary homes and families for kids. Woo! So I really give a shit what people are being taught. You may say, Rosie, society's a lot more complicated. People like you, Rosie, have helped to make it more complicated. But yet I can be objective and non-selfish enough to tell you there's a difference between being an adult and making an adult-informed decision and having a child that's very impressionable in their first 4 years of life, first 6 years, 6 grades in particular. They say 80% of what you learn really comes in the first 6 years, 6 grades. High school fills out another 30%, and college is basically a finishing school. I care very, 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 very much about, say to myself, how come I had sex education in sophomore year of high school? Now, of course, we knew all about girls. I mean, hell, come on. But to have a formalized educational approach to it. Yeah, hey, Denise, how you doing, sweetie? Good to see you. Yeah, we only have ourselves to blame because we want a society where people feel equal and included. Our court systems support that. But our court systems often overreach the will of the people and come down to matters of constitutionality. You can't force hearts and minds on people. Now people's hearts and minds are being turned against. Right? And I feel like it's going to get a lot worse coming up. If you can read and write, then you're ready to live and you choose what you want to learn after that. Well, just make sure people are educated. I concern the average public school graduate. Let's say we got a high school here, Elsie Allen High School here. If I took a senior at random, just picked one, blindfolded here, or I picked maybe 5 out of the graduating class, and I said, I want you to write a letter as if I'm a potential employer and tell me about your strengths that you might bring to a particular job. I tell you, you would probably shudder to read those letters. Now, mind you, these people aren't going to have any access to Grammarly, corrective software, plagiarize stuff that they can copy out of somewhere and put it together. Well, in order to have actual self-actualization and fulfillment, I will need to have duties consistent with those which would help me grow in an experiential way into potential management. I went to public schools too. It would blow your mind. But it's okay because you can do well in socialization classes and, study underwater basket weaving and, advanced Lego studies and crap like that. My mom never taught me about parenting. You know, you didn't do Callie Mo. I don't have an education. I'm making $90K a year. That's wonderful. Wonderful. I hope you're putting away for your retirement. Ooh, there's an old BM. What is an old Beamer? I'm not going to get it in the camera. It's like a 85 Beamer. Good shape. If the hell were you when you knew what you wanted to chat? I probably in my late 30s, but I had a strong sense of duty to make sure that my kids got raised and educated and were more or less on their way. So I would say by 50, 52, 53. Right. How you doing, Karen? So... Sure. Hire you for the Princess Wand. Ding. Those old BM, yeah, they ran forever. I don't really see one too often, but it was nice to see that. It was really nice to see that Beamer roll through. No, well, thank you, Denise. Good to see you, honey. I always think I might see you at the grocery outlet again. Place a lot, and it was going to start. I guess this is going to start impacting that. Yes, Vanilla Rain. Yes. Hey, Karen. Yeah, there's Karen. The sites are all delayed. I love to hear those birds. Tweet, 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 tweet. Was the boss flattered to hear that you might have had a crush on? No, I never had a crush on the boss. People said the boss is a good-looking guy. All right. But I always thought a hell of a lot of Janet, and I would never do anything to ever hurt her. Hey, D-Dot. She's my lifey BFF. Thank you for all you do for Black. I was also, well, hey, Wolfgang, how are you? And Native, I know I have no place anywhere in Poland, so I just shut my mouth, sit back and watch. We all have a place as Americans, but if we want to keep tribalizing ourselves into individual groups, we're going to lose the ability to pull for the common good. I can't imagine in World War II and World War I if people had been allowed to put their own selfish interests ahead of the greater need to have a unified collective effort in the nation, right? If people went to court and sought injunctions against this, that, and the other, this infringes on my rights or that rights. What I don't like about this community that I'm in is the inability to ever think beyond this community. I never hear people talk about America as a whole, the direction that our nation is going, the challenges that we face. I see makeup, I see bodies, I see, clothing hauls, makeup hauls, and I'm a part of that, bouncing around in a bikini on things like TikTok. But there's also a serious side too. How you doing, cute kitty? Hey, Sue Kelly. My uncle is in charge of a nuclear power plant. Is that more bullshit? One selfish society. Yeah, we've become very tribalized. Even Warren Buffett, in his meeting today in Omaha, Nebraska, this guy's 91 years old, and he spoke about the tribalization that's occurring in America, which is the inability of people to think beyond their particular narrow segment of society or large segment of society that they're in. Well, it may be a generational thing, but it's also born of a generation that never had to struggle or be exposed to severe economic hardship. But that's all about to change. You'll be surprised how quickly social media withers into a luxury that only a few will be able to afford and waste their time on. We have a society now where it's okay to not be productive, where you can sit at work and scroll through TikToks all day and fuck off. In the 1970s, no way you could do that stuff. Right? The wolf was at the door. That was your employer. He had you by the nuts. That's the way it goes. What goes around comes around. And you're going to see a very harsh economic world where the frivolousness and the bullshit and the time that people have to spend on social media starts to go. Not to mention the money. In my opinion, because truth be told, social media produces nothing. And this has been seen with the vaporization of Facebook, the implosion of Google and other social media platforms. Amazon came out. They said they want to change this Twitch contract now to take a bigger portion of Twitch partner earnings. Yeah, it's coming. Like your driver topic, the verse, some streaming don't want you to talk about COVID or Ukraine. Well, we talk about what we want here, right? Because everybody has an opinion, and in my opinion, the average intelligence and people in this chat is it's pretty fucking high. Tater Toddy, get some coffee on me. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you very much. Yes, Amazon owns Twitch, and they're starting to drop the hammer. And they will drop the hammer more because Twitch doesn't make money. Twitch loses money. Idle time. I love tater toddies. Come on, Brian.
Tater Totties tipped $5 through Super Chat. Get some coffee on me.
Yeah, thank you, Smelly Cat. I do too. I do TikTok because I want people to see there's a place for older trans women in the community too, because they're not represented anywhere. They're a tiny. It's like most girls when they get transition, they get in their 30, they disappear off social media. Either they did detransition or move on. So I want to be like a beacon that shows people, yes, you can still enjoy your life, you can still participate and put yourself out there and all that. Oh, there we go, Tater Toddies. Thank you, sweetie. So the Twitch channel, it's you know, we're all entitled to our opinion. And my thing with a lot of the trans community is these are the people, and I'm a part of that community, that demand that you have the most tolerance and the most open mind. Be open-minded about what the kids learn in school. Just let them learn it. But if you don't toe the line and you venture off the reservation, and God forbid you're a conservative, and God forbid that your values may not align with them, oh my God, you find yourself you find yourself nailed to the cross in a major, major way. So the community that should be the most accepting is the least accepting. I got kicked out of a community on TikTok because I spoke my mind. I wouldn't even had a Twitch channel. I got kicked out of a Twitch channel. I wouldn't have even had a Twitch channel if I'd been able to express my opinions about things. Conservatives brought up the issue because the liberals infuse education with psychological and social values that have nothing to do with the ability to become a critical and creative thinker. They have to do with indoctrination versus education. And it's a big difference between the two. Okay? Grade schools are no places for agendas. Grade schools should have one function in particular, to teach kids how to read, how to write, how to function and appreciate the society we live in. And teach values of equality, not specialness. Okay? True America is about equality, not special rights for this, not special things for that. Well, no, trans people, in my opinion, have created this themselves, Nicole. Through their actions, through their demands, through their unrelenting push to try to force acceptance on society at large, and forcing never works. As I say, I feel more endangered as a trans person today than I did 15 years ago. Reason being because I see society pushing back. And as we know, when the pushback becomes, the pendulum never rests in the middle. It goes in the other direction of extreme persecution. And I tell you, when this society comes unhinged, which it will in the coming years, you know, some people better really hide their ass away. That's all I can say. So I'm saying enjoy it while you got it. Because you might be Gen Z or whatever, but an appreciation of history is solely lacking. history for people today begins when they turn 14 years old or whatever. Once Caitlyn Jenner came out, the world started becoming more accepting. To the point, more accepting, yes, now Caitlyn Jenner's hated like Blair White in this community. Why? Because, like me, they stand up and say, no, you're not a full woman. You're a trans woman. Okay? And like it or not, I don't think that trans women should be able to compete in female sports. I don't care what they say about hormones. I don't care about all the other stuff. I say physiologically speaking, no matter how many hormones you take, there will always be a difference. And should we throw out every aspect of historical competition and things to please an agenda of a group of people? I say no. Now, that makes me an outlier. That puts me in a camp with Caitlyn Jenner, who believes the same thing, and Blair White. I don't want people to be discriminated against. I don't want people to be hurt. I don't want people to be beaten and murdered. But in my opinion, a lot of this problem now is brought on by this community, not by outsiders that are just pushing back against what they see as a lunatic fringe that will get in front of a group of kindergartners and talk about a genderbread doll. As if that has anything to do with education. When did schools think that socialization was supposed to be a topic for kids that are 6, 7, 8 years old? Well, because the streets are rougher and tougher, and so we just automatically, okay, well, you're all hood rats, so you might as well know. And by the way, this is a .45 caliber Colt. Let's take it apart. Let's learn about weapons. You're probably going to need to know how to use a weapon to survive on the street. Here's how you want to break it down, clean it. Why don't we start to teach survival skills? There's a lot of things I love about the community that I'm in, and a lot of things I don't. But see, I can think about broader society. I do love a lot of trans people, and I do love being a part of the community. But we'll just have difference of opinion about where we stand today and how we got here. Like I say, my stuff on Twitch is taking the long view, the 15-year view. And, you know, D-Dot, that's fine. I like it when people have differences of opinion and we can be respectful with each other. I honor your right to have your opinion. But when it comes to things like education, let's remember what our mission is. It's a fucking competitive world out there. They're not in Korean and Chinese and Japanese and you know, the countries that are eating our lunch economically in China and places like that. They're not taking their education time to discuss topics like this. They're taking their education times to drill kids to the nth degree. And these kids are becoming the engineers that are creating hypersonic missiles. We're losing our edge because our educational system is fucking up. Yeah, like I said, Karen, in that community, the freedom of speech is you take that at your own peril. I mean, I just wonder, contrast what changed from sex education in the 10th grade to sex education in kindergarten. Whereas we should be introducing ideas of equality and freedom and choice, things that kids can grasp, and then as they grow up, they can say, yeah, we have those principles of equality. Okay, I can accept you. Yeah, that goes with America's values. Competing in women's. Oh, that's fine, D. Dot. Look, if you have the opinion that trans women should compete in women's sports, honey, you have every right to have that opinion. And I'm not going to sit here and try to change your mind on that. Here in McAllen, there's a community college just down over near 130 have a hard time being able to read. Yeah, Wade Smith, these are the things that really should frighten us as Americans. Right? Right? The lack of productivity of social media, and as opposed to creating a world and being out there and experiencing it. There's just, everybody's got their head down in their phone. How many likes do I have today? Or, how many, have I picked up any new followers? I mean, it's all fun. It's all cool. A sex education. Yeah, there you, nothing in the 10 years, I couldn't imagine knowing what, yeah. Uneducated people are easy to exploit. Well, the schools have also filled the vacuum because they know there's less parental influence because of the need in society for parents to both be working in a lot of cases. So it's natural that education would fill the void of a lot of that. But there's a big risk of how that void is filled. Oh, what's up, Wade Smith? Oh. That's been an interesting topic tonight. Nobody's been kicked out. Nobody's been disrespected here. Several people are concerned about the rant. Judith, is that you? I'm what you call a really gracious landlady. Yeah, education, not indoctrination, exactly. Age-appropriate education. That's just my opinion. But I'm going to respect my sisters and others that have a difference of opinion. What's up, Jody? How you doing tonight, honey? Judith. Yeah, when both parents got thrown into the workforce, then, things started to destabilize a lot. I draw the line about 1970 or so. Yeah, I'm doing good, Jody. I'm looking forward to some chicken tonight. Got some wings tonight. Number of slots in college has shrunk due to, yeah, of course, health. It's only natural. If UC Berkeley can get $50,000 a year room and board tuition out of a student from China, as opposed to $20,000 from a California resident, which way do you think they're going to start to gravitate? Why do people work so much? Because we're trying to support a standard of living that is weakening by the day. Elon Musk hasn't consulted anybody. I don't think he will. I think he's his own person. I think he makes his own choices. I don't think he has a big management structure. I think it's a very, he just calls the shots. He has a lot of self-confidence and a lot of belief in himself. And I think up until the Twitter, I think things have worked out pretty good. Twitter may work out good, but he remains an interesting person. And I think there's going to be challenges ahead for him also. Like if you guys haven't hit the thumbs up button, please do so. Hey, Ms. Lulu, how are you, sweetie? If you haven't hit the thumbs up button, please do. But I consider myself an American first and foremost. And I think I'm single parent. I work full time, yes, but I have been paying my loans, even though they're paying now. I wanted a college degree for a better life. I grew up for. Well, computer chick, you know how much I admire you. I follow you. I follow what you do. I know what you've done in life. You're to be commended. Well, you know what? Computer chick said this generation needs the value of hard work and earning it. Well, like most this is the generation that it'll come down hardest on coming up in the coming years, sadly. But those lessons will be well learned, and they will be passed along. But I do uphold values of America first. And I think even Warren Buffett spoke of it today in his shareholder meeting. Not only did he speak about Wall Street as a gambling casino, but he also noted the tribalization of America as a very dangerous thing to our future, where every individual group wants to put itself at the point of the spear. Parents take their kids to a nursery. The nursery teacher takes her kid to a nanny. The nanny takes her kid to daycare. Now, on the count of three, everybody take care of your own kid. Yeah. Must refuse to sit in a Deptron in the comments said they won't likely get. I don't think they're going to buy. I mean, what can he bring? Unless they want to have a media circus, I can't imagine what Elon Musk and Johnny Depp would have. Maybe they're best friends. I don't know. I have no idea. But we used to be able to broadly advance as a nation, and now we become more the point of a spear of who gets the point, who gets the most influence in Congress, and who gets the most, money and influence. Shit, even a woman. Remember the Twitch stream that I did, Shimei and Sonny, where I talked about the woman, 71-year-old trans counselor that was hitting the alarm bell at the number of people that are being processed through the system now without proper vetting. It's frightening. Ooh, he gets to say no because of his wealth. Well, what would he bring to the table in that? I mean, what have we learned? That Johnny Depp likes to have a cocktail. That he considers happy hour could be most any hour. The only thing I'm seeing is great memes coming out of the trial. I had to put my three-way. I had to go to work, pick down the soul bread and bail about it. I gotta. Danny Man once pointed out the three-real corporate military in Hollywood. Yeah. Well, we're going to see pretty much I've already said before and kind of gone on a record that I think social media's influence has hit its peak here, and its influence will now start to shrink as the availability of money starts to decline. You'll have less and less willingness on the part of companies to have social media just for the sake of numbers of followers and things like that. Things will become more profit driven, and they'll demand it won't be enough to just be influential. You once again horrors have to show profit for what you do. Robotic scout strategy. That's really nice, computer chick. Like I said, I follow you. I admire you. You know I follow you. And I'm very aware and very proud of the path that you chose and the skills that you have. I mean, ask a 14-year-old what the life ambition is today, and a lot of them would say, "I want to be TikTok famous," or "I want to be a social media influencer." I wanted to just shift subject before we close out this part of the stream. Yesterday I did a little economic stuff. I know it's the weekend. We're not really in hard stuff here. It's Saturday. We have fun on the weekend. We generally leave the cares of the world. But I talked about how fast things can come unraveled. And I saw a short TikTok today that really, this guy really encapsulated it. I'll only be able, I think, to share the audio. I don't know if it'll come through or not. I'm going to try to hit this link and listen to what this guy says about how fast the psychology changes. Now, he doesn't know about the Elliott wave and things like that, but he knows psychology, and he knows the way that people's thinking can turn on a dime when it comes to money and the impact of losing money and losing ground. So let me see if I can fire this thing up. Let's see. Well, Bo Sox will be a little better this year. I don't know. Let me see if I can get the Gmail up here. This might be able to play through. I don't know. Let's hear if we can hear this. Okay, this is, let's see. This is called Gparency, Gparency. Let's see if this plays. Let's see, we're downloading this file. I don't know if it's going to work or not. I don't know.
I don't want to be sitting here to predict to you when the market's going to crash. Clearly, it's no longer...
Just see if... Could you hear that? Could you hear that as it started to play? If yes, I'm going to let you hear it because I think it's very interesting. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you, D. Dot. I appreciate your opinions, too. I want to see if you could actually hear that through the system. Okay, so here we go. You can hear it. Listen to what this guy says about when people talk about real estate and other things. Listen. Okay, I'm going to go back and find that. He says,
I don't want to be sitting here to predict to you when the market's going to crash. Clearly, it's no longer when rates are going up, because rates are up. I'm no longer talking about if inflation's coming, inflation is here. Plus, there's a war going on. You take all these things together, let me just share with you from experience what happened in every other crash. It doesn't go from slow, and all of a sudden, things just keep progressing, keep moving up slowly. One day, what happens is the world moves from a need to impress mode to a need to survive mode. And at that moment, overnight, bosses of companies, corporations, investors, individuals start pulling back and say, what do I actually need? Do I actually need to go to that luxury, that high-end restaurant? Do I actually need to go to this type of vacation? When people are struggling, they don't care about impressing. They care about their need. They care about their need.
That's a very, I think that's a very important point. And we've not had that transition to a struggle mode in a long time. And I think that it was very well put when society on a dime moves from a need to impress, which we see around us in the world today, with the borrowed money affluence that we see in the cars that people drive and the houses that they own, and it turns on a dime a need to survive, where people suddenly don't give a shit anymore what people think about them because they know that a lot of other people are in the same boat too. Yes, we are in a need to survive, the early days of that mode. So I think he put that very succinctly. That's why the Elliott wave theory works so well, because it harnesses the psychology of people in this turn on a dime moment where things were hunky-dory. Oh, I'll buy the next dip. Stocks always go higher, blah, blah, blah. And then we start to reach a point where shit just starts to go down, 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 down. Then the news flow changes to negative news, and it starts to reinforce the down, down, down. okay? So I thought I'd just let you hear that because the guy's very smart and he very succinctly said that it turns on a dime from the need to impress to the need to survive mode. And it's also when human beings become more creative, when the need to survive, the need to economize, the need to stretch a buck. Nobody feels the need now. They do now. Before the pandemic, the money was flowing, and even in the early days of the pandemic and all that. So, it's very interesting. I like people that can put stuff very succinctly. I like that a lot. And encapsulates that sudden psychological shift where the boss thinks, do I really need to fly you first class? Do I really need to send you to that convention? You know, I don't think that once you eating $50, $60 meals at the, I'm going to cut down your per diem here for travel and all that. And even these big social media companies and big companies like Amazon, they're all feeling the heat now. What do you mean change to negative? Yeah, we knew the positive, the rest make me sad. I'm saying that the financial aspects of it had been going along because the government had been pouring a shitload of money and creating money, and now we have this terrible inflation and food's going through the roof and all that. Of course it's bad because the government can't create prosperity. If they could do that, Japan wouldn't be a basket case that it's been for the last 30 years. Okay, if you could create prosperity, Japan would still be, they would have passed us as the #1 economic power in the world. But you can't buy prosperity. So of course things are seeming to come unhinged now because the short-term creation of money and stimulus and the feel-good factor of buying up shitty debt and all this kind of crap, it's temporary at best, but it's putting a band-aid on an amputation. That's a nice computer chick. So, of course the news is negative. The news wasn't negative in the beginning of the pandemic, financially speaking. Things were rolling along just fine. We had that initial boom down in March, collapse, and then it was just straight up. And until January, everybody was feeling pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. Now, the news flow is reinforcing a negative psychology. Tribalism is on the rise in this nation. People are splitting into splinter groups. We're at the end of the road. Yeah, we're at the end of the road of that system. It doesn't seem to affect sports salaries, though. What do you think it's going to accept? Let's carry that forward, beach ball. What do you think is going to start to impact sports salaries? Remember, sports is leverageable, meaning 15 guys on the team, 11 guys on the football field, 9 guys on a baseball field or whatever. They can produce a tremendous amount of wealth because they can leverage themselves through TV, radio, merchandising deals, and all that. What happens just at the margin if the average family of maybe 4 people can no longer afford the $250 to $300 outing to go to a professional baseball game? What if they just decide, we'll just watch it on TV? Do we really need to pay $90 for that majestic jersey? You understand? Right? We're still at the early stages of the trickle down here. We haven't had the dramatic Viking woman with the horned helmet on the stage, right? We haven't seen the real breathtaking nuclear event yet, okay? Yeah, it's crazy, Liz. That'll be the thing that, holy shit. Can't get workers, blah, blah, yeah. Yeah, because, you know, like I say, you want to cause, you know, if you got a bunch of protesters today that are out there, touchy-feely college kids and blah, 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 protesters, just take a handful of applications for employment and start distributing them in the crowd. They'll disperse like a pack of rats. Right? You want to disperse the crowd. Start handing out applications for employment. When work becomes optional as it has over the last couple of years, 5 years accelerating, society gets fucked. In China, work is not optional. In so much of the world that continues to move ahead, work is not optional. You don't work, you don't eat. It's amazing how well that's worked in the system for so many years for advancing human civilization. But with no wolf at the door, who gives a damn? Well, Uncle will just throw another stimulus payment my way. Debt forgiveness for college on the way. Yeah, it's all ad revenue. It's all ad revenue. Has sports reached its peak? Absolutely, positively. Sports is a competition for the entertainment dollar, just like movies, subscription services, for streaming services, trips to Vegas. It's all competing. Yeah, pretty much, Wade Smith. Pretty much. If you can't find a job in China, then the government's happy to provide one for you. They'll tell you, we need to build a new ship canal 150 miles between Tianjin and Beijing. So we want 100,000 of you lined up here tomorrow. We're going to give each one of you a tablespoon, and we're going to get you to start digging. And we're going to provide you employment for the next 10 years by hand digging this canal with tablespoons. You want work? You got work. Money, 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 money. In society and in the history of the evolution of the world, humans don't ride free. There's a price to pay. You might say it's unfair, it's an uncivilized society, and the government should take care of us from cradle to grave. Well, fuck, man, somebody's got to pay the bill. No, they don't. We'll just borrow the money. We'll just borrow it. Hey, what's up, coyotes? How you doing? That's not how the song goes. When I landed the job paid, but I didn't survive. Yeah, good for you, computer chick. I can tell there's a lot of pride, and you should feel prideful. That's an amazing, amazing thing. But it's an interesting topic. It's a fun way to spend a couple hours on a Saturday night. We expand our minds a little bit. We think about things. Some things are wrong. Some things are right. Some opinions will bear out to be right on the money, and others will be wildly fucked beyond belief. Actually, it's really in wanting to work, but finding oneself unable to. Well, that's when society owes a duty, as a civilized society, to, which I gladly do, and I'll be the first one to sign on to that contract, that I should willingly and cheerfully support those that are unable due to physical, mental limitations to support themselves. I will gladly sign on to that contract every day of the week. Anybody with an ounce of compassion would willingly sign on to that contract. China does have basic provisions for those that are physically disabled, mentally disabled. There is a basic level of government support that's there, but the test is stringent. The first place they're going to look to is your family. Okay, because China is a very familial, patriarchal society where family is revered above everything. Vitriol, thank you. Hal says, I've enjoyed the talk tonight. Usually I don't engage in this kind of talk on the line because of the vitriol with no good dog. Yes, things devolve. Well, I don't know, Pat, but I just have some opinions. I'm an old bat. Well, Chinese smog is terrible. But then again, Wade Smith, I don't know how old you are. I'll be 64 in June. I remember growing up and hearing Love Canal and Hooker Chemical Company. And I remember the Cuyahoga River catching on fire. And I remember in Baltimore the Bethlehem Steel, Western Electric, gigantic industrial corporations, Procter & Gamble, Coca-Cola, Glidden Paints, etc., pouring just pipes with shit spewing into the Patapsco River. Bethlehem Steel shipyards, and just pouring that shit in. Every developing nation has to go through. Look at how they foul the environment in China. They all pay the price and then learn how they fuck up. And they start to clean up and invest the money into cleaning up their own shitty nests. Just like we did. Oh, well, thank you, Dawn. Okay, Wade. I'm an old bat. Hormones gave me a second life. Well, I don't know, D-Dot. I'm just a big mouth. That's all. Jody's a youngin'. These people are youngins here. But I just remember how bad pollution was in the creation of the EPA. Let's flutter with, oh, Candy, you're so sweet. Thank you, Peak Harbor. 63, don't advance me yet. Shame on you. And there I am hauling out medical equipment and risking a hernia to make $100. And the guys on the team are like, damn, girl, you really can haul ass with this stuff. Yes. So, it's, Candy, you're so sweet. I like the things people send me every time I look at it. I'm sad camper. My hound had stage 4 cancer. Oh, coyotes, I'm so sorry. I've lost dogs. I lost Wolfie. Had to see him. Well, luckily Missy Jen was there when he took his final. But I remember the sad ride. It's on YouTube. I think it was June of 2014. And then a few months later, Missy Jen had to put down Mandy. I know. And yeah, Miss Lulu says, Rosie, can you get an Amazon wish list for your birthday? Miss Lulu, I've seen, and I love, how I look up to you and love you, and I absolutely adore you. Something about the idea of a wish list, just like channel memberships and things like that, it's, when people surprise me with things, Shemay sent me things and Sharon shared, and I'm very appreciative of that. But when it comes to a wish list or something like that, I've always been a very sort of need-driven as opposed to wish kind of person. So, Is there anything I wish I could have right now? Honestly, the answer is no. Right? Now, when people choose to voluntarily support the channel, that's wonderful. Right? Because it keeps me creative, because I know I have to keep people coming back. You know, and if I start to put memberships on people and stuff like that, I've got a steady flow of money coming in. And let's say I could have 1,000, you know, memberships or whatever, no problem at all. But I feel like my creativity would be blunted, you know. That I think that there's a contract that we have, an unwritten contract. I entertain, you guys show up, right? And I think that people can choose to support financially. People can choose to come here and give a thumbs up. I've always said the only membership we'll ever have here is your hand and a thumbs up on the button here. That makes me feel good about being on this platform. I've seen this platform change a lot to more of a money grab over the last couple of years. And in a lot of ways, it has been like termites that are undermining the creativity of YouTube. What built this platform was people making videos, and well, if you got enough views, people watched the video, it spread, it went viral, you made money. Super chat's nice, people could voluntarily, but when you start taking money out of people on a regular basis, and you start to coast because, well, now Rosie's got that, you know, $5,000 a month income. I guess I've always had a fear that it would change me somehow. Or else I'm just too fucking old. Yeah, it used to be a lot more fun. And then live streaming came along, and it created its own dynamics, its own universe, and some measure of fun went out of the platform. Oh, thank you, M. Wall. Wade Smith, you don't look old. I don't feel old if it matters for anything. I mean, I roll up my sleeves and I'll get the pick out and I'll dig 200 feet of trenching for pipes in a day and come up smiling. Oh, I know that, Liz, but I just like being here. I like being low to the ground a little bit. I like that my feet touch the ground. You know, I cringe every time I hear like somebody's having a meet and greet or something, or you know, I'm going to go on a tour to meet all of my fans, and I just kind of like, ooh, it's almost like a whole fucking restaurant of plates just came down and broke at one time, and glasses. I know, Wayne. I think it's kind of funny. I think it's really funny. Oh, thank you, June. It's hormones probably gave me a second lease on life, but it's fun. Down to earth. Yes, it's a simple, overused expression, but yes. It's amazing how little we need to get by in life and be happy. And I always found, you know, I've had people in my life that have been close to me that have destroyed their lives for money. And it's always been a big lesson to me. Because when they were at the peak of big house, cars, condominium on the ocean, and living the high life, they were practically killing themselves to get that. And then, of course, downturns come, they lose it all and have to restructure. It's my Cindy girl. What's always made me really happy is people. Like, you want to torture me? Put me off on an island by myself. I probably won't survive 6 months. I need people, whatever the opposite of agoraphobia is, maybe it's exhibitionism, whatever. But I love being out in crowds. I love being with people and hanging out. And I enjoy that. I was petrified of wood, so was I. Right? I felt comfortable on the asphalt, the chain link fences, and places in cities, and big crowds, and people, and action, and what's going on. Kill me, stick me out in the countryside in a chair looking at a sunset for a month. Hey, Pictures Test, how are ya? 64-2, awesome. Claustrophobia is the opposite of agoraphobia. I don't know. You know, a need to be with a lot of people and very gregarious and outgoing and all that. It's interesting. Well, I love you being here, Nino. You've come onto the channel in the last 6 months or so, and it's been awesome. New people are coming to the channel every day. When I start really finding my voice on TikTok and voicing a few of my thoughts about things over there, yeah, there'll probably be a hell of a lot more people over here. Tired of seeing our country send billions overseas. Well, Walter King, this is going to make you really happy. Because right now, have you ever seen a dog run with its tail between its legs because it's scared shitless? I did a video months ago called The End of Globalization. Countries, companies can't get back to this USA fast enough right now. Intel knows they fucked up. Hey, Eddie. Advanced Micro Devices, NVIDIA, put so much of their manufacturing overseas because of costs. Now, how do you think they feel today? The chairman of Intel came out on Friday in the midst of all this selling and disaster and said, you know what, we're going to have a chip shortage through 2024. Holy shit, it's not even halfway through 2022. There's companies coming back to this country at the speed of light because they know that America is more than just a place to employ people. They are starting to rediscover that there are certain values in being an American. Rediscovering that. There's certain things like freedom, stability, longevity, protectiveness, that count a lot, and they're discovering that again. They're discovering how unstable China is as a partner. Not that China's going to rob anybody or steal anything. They don't operate that way. They've put the best foot forward that they can, the best deal that they're able to offer. But they're going to make it hard as fuck for you to earn money. You can have your manufacturing over there, but you're going to have a fucking hard time to distribute your product in there. And that was kind of the joke's on you moment, and I could see that coming years ago. So we have to go through a very painful transition here that's going to create a lot of destruction of wealth, a lot of unemployment, a lot of problems, to one day hopefully get to a stronger bedrock to build on. But we also have a knucklehead that has his finger on the nuclear button. We have a lot of things to be concerned with. Yeah, you belong to the richest 8%. Well, prosperity is not guaranteed under the Constitution of the United States as far as I was ever able to find it. Trying hard to minimize. I always thought having lots of crowd good, but now it just hold me down. Yeah. I used to work for small and build tester boards for Intel at 65,000 before the globalization. Well, dust up your soldering iron, Ms. Padwini. They're going to need you again. You'll probably be the only person within a 5-mile radius that knows how to work a soldering iron. Thank you, Kimzia. Kimiza, thank you. I appreciate that. And if you're new on the chat here, give a shout out. You may not be new. You may have been watching for a while. Come and say hi and just tell us that you're enjoying the stream and all that. So we're going to go have a beer and enjoy ourselves now. It's been a great stream tonight. We're going to have a lot more fun with the chicken in the bag and a few beers. You know why? Because it's Saturday night. And I'm proud to be an American where I know I can be free. What if Dr. Phil, I need touchy-feely. You know what I need? Judge Judy is, Judge Judy, that's who I need. Yeah, I hope I said that. Kimiza, I hope I said that right. I hate to mangle people's name, but it's kind of a specialty of mine. Yeah, I'm a, you know, you get to a certain age and you hate to have, I don't know, I don't like to have things around me. My sister-in-law is into that French provincial decorations, and on every windowsill, every little nook, every shelf is full of little tchotchkes on it, and it drives me crazy. I'd like to go into a Korean house where you don't see a damn thing. They roll up the beds and you got a couch and a couple chairs. Ooh. Happy Saturday, Bonnie. Good to see you, honey. Proud to be a goofball. And if you enjoy the stream and if you think family and friends could benefit by what we do on the daily, just share it out to them. Let them know. Give them a link and tell them to come on over. Yeah, thank you, Kimmies. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. And there's the most important thing of all. Jesus saves. There will be a radical rediscovery of religion. I guarantee you that, my friends. Churches will be bursting at the seams. It's one thing that explodes when times get tough is religion. And the need to find meaning beyond money. And I in awesome wonder, la and sings my soul, my Savior, how great thou art, how great thou art. Yeah, no atheists in foxholes. It's funny when you look at missions and things like that. You talk to people that stay there, the thing that gives them the greatest comfort is knowing, being told that there's something beyond this life. Let's see, Pat, I'm retired, feed birds. Oh, that's beautiful. You know what, Pat? I'd love that. You know what? That's a beautiful statement of the night right there. I'd love that. commended that guy for being such a great store owner. There wasn't cores in the case, so he went and opened up a new container and gave me one. And you know, I care about a store that cares about the customer, and that's so rare. I told the guy, you're so rare these days. Yeah, we had a very dynamic discussion tonight. So if you got family, friends, just tell them there's this kind of weird tranny out there, but she has some interesting talk sometimes. Okay, Wade Smith, how great to see you. How awesome to see you. It's great to see you. Well, it's not my place to forgive Putin or not. I try to have understanding, and I try to see the perspective from both sides, but I can't help the ideas that people get in their heads, and sometimes when we get older, paranoia becomes a reality in a lot of older people. Rare sticks out. Well, it's nice to have a chat where there's so many intelligent people that come in, and so many people that are so widely read and so informed. And I could almost tell that people were thirsty for some real toing and froing of discussions and ideas and things. That's very refreshing. Yeah, I like that, Liz. You're not an ageist at all. I think that's wonderful of you. I mean, I really, I'm always blown away. I think you're 28 or 29 years old, and you have the mind of a mature person in their 50s or 60s. It's, you stand out like incredibly. Yeah, they care about their customer. I mean, I told the guy, you and your wife are just the nicest people. You care whether I have my beer. Whereas if I go to a 7-Eleven, we're just out. We'll get some in maybe tomorrow. Oh, Amanda. God almighty. I love you, girl. I love Amanda. Live and let down. Who in the hell's playing the fucking music? I guess it's this guy in his truck. I don't know. Shit, it was so loud. Do 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 do. It's a shame this place really doesn't do anything on weekend nights. Do, 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 do. Chicken in a bag. Yeah, I'm very depressed about, country music star death. Oh, kind of sad. Do, 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 do. I don't know if Kit and Kat was Kit and Kat here earlier or not. I don't remember seeing Kit and Kat. And Jody, I hope you're doing well tonight. Getting ready to throw down a little Baltimore rap. Yeah, that really blows me away that she was due to be installed into the Hall of Fame tomorrow. That's really mind-blowing to me. Wow. You should eat a sub. Winter storm, history will judge Vladimir Putin. You and I were mere spectators in the theater of the absurd right now. Great, Jody. Tired of sending billion-dollar people in country to falling apart. I think the United States just woke up to how dangerous the world really is. We looked at globalization from a financial point of view. Oh, nice. Full-on comfort food tonight. Baked mac and cheese and buttered peas and carrots. Woo! Oh, that beer is delightful. Full-on comfort. My chicken in a bag is my comfort food. Well, we have what's called a false wealth, Liz. You want to do a fun exercise? Look at the companies that made up the Dow Jones Industrial Average in 1929. And look at the companies that are in the Dow Jones Industrial Average today. Tell me we're better off as a nation. Hey, Lee. Yeah, hell of a meal. I did, Jamie. You finally taught me how to open the damn package. That's how stupid I am. There it is. Thank you for that, Jamie. You probably saved my teeth. Oh, I love these. These are like the highlight of my evening. I have to grab them where I can. I love these so much, and you get basically 54 and a half cents a bag. No, 54 and a half. Oh, that's nice, Pat. I've never liked mac and cheese that's like creamy. If I could have a mac and cheese that was really sharp cheddar and really had a wang to it, then I guess I would like it a lot more. I got people sent it to me, Smelly Cat. I got plenty of, they buy in bulk for me. Use it. Well, I don't want a bulk membership. I don't buy enough to go to Costco. That would just be like overeating. funny that cop looked over here and just waved. Pretty funny. You know why? Because I'm on private property. I enjoy the honey roasted peanuts very much, but they're usually always sold out. Many women together can get a little out of control. I'll tell you, it's funny. You go into a men's room, nobody talks at all, ever. You don't hear a peep except people crapping, farting, peeing. That's it. You go into a ladies' room, especially at a club later at night and stuff. It's just insane. It's funny. Excuse me. I mean, I'm saying it's enjoyable. But these days, I think men are being kind of emasculated here with, manscaping and Dr. Squatch. And, we're town put a tag cameras. I'm afraid my tag will always be covered in mud. Yeah, they want to get automatic revenue. They don't want the cop to have to sit there and actually catch you in the act. Red light cameras. I'm going to do my first grocery outlet. It's a bit of a drive, but will be fun to see if we can find some deals. Look at some of the deals. Since it's a bit of a drive for you, Candy, my advice is book out a good amount of time, especially if it's your first time gone, because you want to really understand. And you want to look close at every aisle, because you'll see some remarkable bargains, and they won't always be there the next time. They rotate a lot of stuff in and out of that. So take your time and really get the understanding of the products that are there. And if you find something really good that's a canned good, load the hell up on it. Yeah, isn't it, Pop? Our latitude is pretty high up here. It's probably dark in LA right now. The more north you go, the more it stays lighter later. I'm sure Seattle's lighter than I am right now. Yeah, do that, Candy. Take your time. Make an event of it. Take yourself something to drink and eat, and don't even put anything in a basket first. Just take like a half hour, just walk through, and then just look at how they lay out stuff. Because there's things that are stuffed in that are tremendous values. Like the Boca chicken burgers are like 99 cents for 4 patties. I'm like, wow. Right? You can find some amazing deal. Cornish game hens, $2.99 each. Whoa, Yeah, I know, Liz. My brother lived in Monument, Colorado, near Colorado Springs at 8,000 feet, and he was always talking about how dry it was. I work with Precious, second grader that we needed. Yeah, thank you, Sugbug. And thank you for coming out tonight. I hope you'll be a frequent commenter. Because you understand there's something innately correct about the care that people trust you to educate their child, because the younger a child is, the more impressionable their mind is, and the more of an impact you're going to make. That's why I always consider, like, college professors, in my opinion, are very overpaid. and elementary education teachers are very underpaid. And they should be the ones that are rewarded for bringing the highest skill to their job, right? What an elementary education teacher does is going to form all the habits and basis of how somebody learns something in life. Yeah, Cheerios, $1.49 for a box of Cheerios. So I always valued elementary education teachers. Oh, Michigan's a great state. Oh, except for the roads. Michigan is amazing. Hitting Corners game. Yeah, it's like a chicken, Jamie. It's like a glorious chicken. Sugbug, I'm glad you came in tonight. Thank you. Yeah, I don't like Smelly Cat. I don't think I want chocolate Cheerios. I don't want chocolate in my breakfast cereal. Teaches second grade, sends her. Yeah, they all do that, Dave. They'll all spend. I've never met an elementary education teacher that didn't dip into their own pocket and buy things for the class. Because you got to be a special person to be called to elementary education. I think it's the most appealing to me. Oh, I'm glad, Kamiza, I'm glad that you're here tonight. So my hat's off to you as an elementary education teacher. I don't like our children being used as social proving grounds. We need to teach the values of equality and things like that. And acceptance. As to what made this country great, diversity. But everything that comes at an appropriate time. Yeah, I can't eat cereal without milk, Smelly Cat. I can't do it. I choke on that. Yeah, thumbs up are appreciated. If we could really ram those thumbs up tonight, thank you. It's been a great night. I actually have some battery power. Yes, 36%. Thank you as usual to my wonderful moderators. I've got Jody and I've got Shamay here tonight. I'm always lucky. Every time I go live, I always have usually one moderator here. So if I could have macaroni and cheese that was very sharp, very pow, then I would really like it. But if you're going to tell me to take Velveeta, yeah, thank you, Kamiza. I appreciate that. I'm always going to tell it like it is. So make sure to tell your friends. We have some really rough waters that we're going to be traversing over the next few years. I like to think of myself as on the very bow of the Titanic out here looking out. I may be wrong. A mix of sharp cheddar and pepper jack. I'm not sure about pepper jack, but damn, that's sharp cheddar. I love you, Liz. What is sad about these spending their own money that they go in taxes for schools? I wonder. Yeah, well, there's a lot of inequities in education. And, you know, I admire the teachers that can stand up against, you know, the misuse of education as a social platform. Whereas we should always teach equality from a very early age and be very truthful about the history, the mistakes that we've made as a nation, own them. Yeah, Warren Buffett's very pissed. But it's funny, Warren Buffett didn't come out like Rosie O'Kelly 3 months ago and tell you it's time to run, it's time to get the hell out of Dodge. You're a little late to the party, bro. my old parole officers having new release. Watch your channel. Okay, well, good. Yes, equality. Don't balance perceived inequities on the back of our children. If kids want to learn and all that. Good night, Wolfgang. I appreciate you guys being everybody to always agree with me. I know my friend Nicole. She's a very young trans gal. She's not going to appreciate or believe everything I said, but I think that she values the right of diversity of opinion, which I like about her. But she's very young. Her understanding of history, she said she didn't have an education, but she makes $90,000 a year. I'd like to always see her be happy. Yeah, I've been warning about a year, but I've been getting a lot more urgent over the last 3 months. And now it's like when Moses threw down the 10 Commandments, the people are going to separate themselves into those who are going to survive and those who are going to wither and fall by the wayside now. Because unfortunately, it's time to embark 40 years to wander in the desert now. Oh, Pat. Michigan tore up my van. And they want $400 for a new windshield. Not going to happen. Here's where the stork took a big shit. It's like a work of art. Oh, well, look what looks appealing these days. Colorado's being overrun with people now. So whatever benefits were to be derived from the Colorado life, you know, what is appealing these days? Oh, I don't know. Indianapolis was the worst roads I was ever on. That practically tore my van apart. Ooh, and Michigan was terrible. Michigan was stones, and there was just no money in Michigan for the roads at that time. No, I don't believe in Bigfoot, no. Shouldn't be that difficult to get a picture of a creature that's been talked about for 40 years, just like aliens. Just once, give me a clear fucking picture of or have an alien spaceship come down and land in Times Square. How you doing, Ed? How's the family doing? So tell me where a good place is. You know, I thought my friends in Washington and Oregon and so it's kind of hard to say. There's some stunning evidence about it. I used to laugh. I don't know. Just produce one. Produce a dead one. Just something that's genetically verifiable as a different species, and I'll be a believer. It's like the mythical Loch Ness monster. It's great for tourism. Hey, I want to go to the bloody Loch Ness. I want to see this fucker. Dave, I want you to take me out. Let's get a boat. Well, far left today becomes far right tomorrow. I can already tell the edge of a lot of California's liberalism is being knocked off right now. My uncle's, and it was hard to. Yeah, it's sad, Ed. I hear you. You're gonna have to bear up to it. I think more than ever, your family needs you to be a rock of stability for them in these very difficult times, with your father facing terminal cancer and sudden. Try to keep life as normal as possible. Say your prayers. Well, Ed, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ed. Ooh. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Ed. AOC is a lost soul, just undereducated, ill-informed, kind of sad that somebody like that can find their way into a position of power. But that's just a preview of coming attractions. Yeah, we love you, Ed. I can't even remember 32. Yeah, she makes a good cocktail. Well, that's good. That should count for something in life. I'm not a big fan of AOC, but she's a representative of her district, so you know, she's probably a true reflection of the way people think in that district. So, at least some of them. A cornhole party. You know, 5 years ago, people didn't even know what the hell a cornhole was unless you grew up in the South. Shit, we played that all the time. We threw real corn cobs. Anybody grew up in the South knew what the hell cornhole was. Ooh. Bird's feeling a bit better. Ooh. Judith Oxnard's going to be on rent patrol here. I think I sunburn at night. Do, 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 do. The feeling is right. Oh, Dave, you got to get your mind out of the gutter, mate. Get yourself cleaned up. Get yourself out there, living the life. Cornhole is a game that you're about 20 feet away. You put a hole in a board, it's about 4 feet by 2 feet, and you try to throw 20 feet from 20 feet away. You try to throw a little sack of beans through the hole. If you grew up in the South, you sure as hell know what cornhole is. And they sticking a corn cob up somebody's ass. I think Windows 11 has been installed on my computer now. I don't know. We don't need that going all night. Tomorrow's May Day for all you commie bastards out there. Dance around the maypole. Well, thank you, Liz. Aren't you sweet? Let's get this set up tonight. Blackbird. Oh, shit. See, Blackbird doesn't notice shit around here. Look at this fucking leg is down like that. Really? Son of a bitch. May Day is a big day for communist countries to celebrate equal misery for all. It's typically the days where they trot out the long-range ICBM missiles and parade them through square. I'm sure in North Korea there'll be plenty of big celebrations. Everybody can sit around and play grab ass and sing the Internationale. Do 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 da 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 do 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 do. 起来不愿走读. I used to be able to sing that in Chinese. 起来不愿走呜呜呜呜 la da da do 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 ooh 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 Here forever, he's here forever. Hello, Blackbird. Hey, Willie. Been a good tenant and a good friend. Let's see here. He works every day. Let's get those thumbs up tonight. We'll get this on the side. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, we had maypoles and crap like that. Yes, the Tower of Doom. Woo! Front and center position there. Let's let the chicken warm up a bit. And let's get some thumbs up goes, guys. It's embarrassingly low tonight. If you haven't hit the thumbs up, come in on your alt accounts, hit it. See, no matter how hard the wind blows, Kitchen Stadium will not be brought down. That chicken there to warm up a bit on our nice stainless table. Look at that. Cost $0. How you like that? May Day would be typically a big day for planting gardens too, I think. All right, let's plug into the block down here. Don't run out of power. Let's plug in. Okay, we are plugged in there. Now I can go charge this. We're all adorable. I have found that if I use a wok to fry chicken, that I get much I can use much less oil. I got my thermometer there too. Oh, hey Iwas, how are you? Good and happy. Thank you. I hope you're doing good. Nice to see you, Iowa. Iwas Khan in the chat. I see something over here. Stick is falling apart. I see something.
Give it the knee.
Now it starts to get windy. I don't like this. At nighttime it gets windy now. Not liking it at all. Do 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 do. La da da do 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 do. All right, there we go. Let's turn that on. All right. See how it suddenly got all windy and stuff? You have 16 pounds left from your win. Was it harder for your kids because you waited until they... No, it's actually easy for them. You know, and if you have a son that you don't know, be patient. Okay, be patient and continue to express love. Right? I lost my kids for a couple years, and then they came to understand, educate themselves, and came to realize how much I sacrificed and did to make sure that they had great futures, and it started to balance in their mind, and now I have an outstanding relationship. Dave, you won all that money. I haven't seen you donate anything to the channel here. I'm not even worth £5. No, it's not cold, Nicole. It's just windy. You know, like Tucson this time of year. Isn't it always windy in Tucson now? Gonna do a hospital run. Darlene, be careful, okay? All things considered, though, I'd rather have low blood pressure than high pressure. Hey, love, love, love. You look at Liz. My kids never leave in my household. Transitionals to April, May, March, April. It's just, we're having a hard time getting into the summer weather pattern here. It's been really chilly. We had one day it was like popped up to like 94 degrees. Other than that, it's been like nice. We got some kind of weird weather pattern. I don't know. A mind is a terrible thing to waste. It's been in the hundreds years. Yeah, Dave, why wouldn't you send me £5 if you won all this money? You cheap bastard. My car is so hot I have to wait before I drive. Well, people in Vegas have to do that too. Why don't you get a screen to put in the front window? You know, one of those reflectors. Do. Yeah, we got all that money and you can't throw five freaking pounds to the chat, right? Do. Now the weather's getting where we have this thing called Garage Logic. We drink beer. That's it, Pat. We have Garage Logic. We put up the... Yeah, I'm going to do that one night. I'm going to switch our venue to the workshop. I'm going to put up the door there. And we're going to get the camera set up. We're going to turn the lights on. And we're going to have some Garage Logic. That's it. That's a good idea. You know, I had a hell of a dream last night. You've been having weird sleep. I had a hell of a dream last night. Don't ask me how. But I had a dream that I was hanging out with Jimmy Stewart and interviewing him. It's the damnedest thing, man. And we had a hell of a good time. It's your brother's birthday? Nice. Yeah, Garage Logic. What do you think of that, Jody? I like that. I want to set that up in the workshop there, yeah. Because I have a door that goes up and get a couple chairs out there. Well, Kimmy, I don't know if I'm awesome, but thank you, sweetie. I'm having a hard time getting people to thumbs up the chat. My birthday's on May, and it's almost May. Yeah. Occam, what area, where do you live? Yes, I still sleep in the recliner. Yeah, love Jimmy Stewart. And we had a good time. It was a hell of a good time we had. It was like unusual because it was a really long dream too. Oh, I wake up for a break, usually around 1 o'clock in the morning. Pee break. Sometimes I have to take a Tylenol. No, I rarely sleep through the night. Plus, I find myself, I must be sleeping with my mouth open because I have to drink some water. La da dee. Oh, that's right. You live in Raleigh, North Carolina. That's right. What do you do down there, Occam? No, I really haven't taken a gummy in 2 months, Nicole. Yeah, I've actually got wings tonight, Ward. How you doing, by the way? Good to see you. I actually have wings tonight. I'm letting them warm up on the cart right there. The hospital cart. What Janet calls the heart transplant cart. You've been taking a break too? Yeah, I slowed my TikTok way down. And it hasn't affected the performance at all, so, you know. Haven't heard from Quirks in a week or so. Nobody cares, Ed. Actually, at this point in time, I'm glad you're with your parents. God knows your mother can use this support. With your father having come down with terminal cancer. Told Michael Jackson he had nice socks. Yeah, but I'll tell you, Jimmy Stewart and I, we just had such a good time. I was asking him what it was like, one by one, some of his co-stars to work with. And he was cool. You can use my PayPal, Dave, and YouTube doesn't take a penny. How about that? Blackbird. So that takes care of that excuse, Dave. Thank you, Kim Isa. Yeah, I was surprised over at the grocery outlet. They always seem to have chicken wings. And these were a really good price. he ain't gonna send anything. Because I think he's bullshitting. I want all this money, right? Hey James. Look at this wind, man. This is freaking insane. Nothing's going to bring down Kitchen Stadium, though. Guarantee you that. Ooh. Yeah. Staple those wigs down, ladies. Do, 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 do. Hey, James, how are you doing tonight? What's our battery level? Is looking pretty not bad at 37%. Yeah, you know, June Rancho is pretty solid now. This, because of the way we configured it now and the way it's put together, it has a lot more flexibility. Nothing's really going to bring down Kitchen Stadium now that we can't fix and make right. Electrical tape is definitely our friend. Can you help me move that console tomorrow into the workshop? Thank you. I know you weren't feeling good today, so I didn't want to bother you. In the garage, let me know. Thank you, Pat. No, actually, Joey D sent this to me. No, I'd be interested in learning Farsi. Hey, Bobby. Bobby, how you like that? It's prom night. Why don't you come over tomorrow for some Cornish hen, Bobby? Come on over about 6 o'clock. Let's have I'll cook up a couple Cornish game hens. How about that? And you can bore people with your stories. How about that? Hey, Jen Jen. Man, I'm getting so I can't even read Jen Jen's name anymore on the chat. I only know the Blue Wrench. How are you, Jen Jen? Okay, so Bobby will be over. You still have some, holy shit. This wind is getting bad tonight. You still have, Corona. Yeah, this wind is getting bad tonight, Bird. Oh, look at Bobby. Shut up, Rosie. So come on over at 6 o'clock tomorrow. Blackbird, I'm cooking Cornish game hens for dinner tomorrow night if you want one. Bobby's coming over, so. Okay. I hope you feel better though. So. I'm sick. Yeah, I know you were under the weather, so I didn't bother you today. I just kind of like get plenty of sleep tonight. And,
yeah, I'm gonna be sick for a week because I've been sick for a couple days.
Okay, we'll just try to get some extra rest and drink a lot of fluids.
Yeah.
You want some Tylenol or something, or you? Okay. I don't know why, Jen. I don't know. But honey, you be you. That's why I love you. I don't care. Jen can do no wrong. Yeah, you're a whore for the money. Yeah, I should get him out to defrost. You're right. Thank you, Callie, Mo. It's also not the first time I ever cooked a Cornish game hen in Kitchen Stadium. No, but I'm interested in learning Farsi, which is the most commonly spoken dialect of Arabic languages. Hey, Vidakio. Okay, thank you for telling me to get them out to defrost. I put them out on the counter now. I'd hate to get hit in the head with one of them. Whew. Let's get the oil out. A couple more minutes, we're going to commence the cooking. I just like to use canola oil. If you want to reuse your oil, you can always take your oil when it cools down, put some cornstarch in it. The cornstarch will capture the crap in it. It'll all sink out. You can filter that crap out and you can reuse that oil. In case you didn't know that. Learn how to reuse your cooking oil. We got one more canister of gas behind this one. I've got a thermometer too, digital thermometer. Let me get the battery pack. We'll sit you guys up over here. I know, Bobby, and I never shut up. I do love to talk. That's why I'm on social media, Bobby. Do, 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 do. Oh shit. Yeah, he is a hard worker. Look at this wind, man. And where in the hell did this come from all of a sudden? Are you shitting me? I'm gonna work in a damn hurricane tonight? Are you kidding me? Man, this is nerve-wracking. Oh, let me get the electrical tape. Did you see that? Kitchen Stadium lifted right up off the ground. Holy shit. Unbelievable. Lifted right up off the ground. Thank God for electrical tape. Because I'll tell you what, you ain't ever gonna bring this fucker down. This is like the unsinkable Molly Brown right here, man. It ain't coming down. Alright. Alright, these came down. We're going to have to put this up tomorrow. We can go back up. That wind can fuck all the way off. Yeah, my wind, I don't know where this wind came from tonight. I don't know if anybody predicted it, but it's a real horror show tonight. I'm so tired of wind every day. Get this oil up to about 300 some degrees here. Look, the Cornish game. No, I did a good Cornish game, and it's not difficult to make. We could actually do it on the barbecue grill. I don't know where that wind came from all of a sudden. Shit.
All right, good night, Rosie.
Good night, Blackbird. Hope you feel better.
Yes, thank you. Good night, kitty, kitty.
As long as Blackbird's messing with the cats, I don't have to be too concerned. Oh, this the season. Yeah, Dave. Thank you for the PayPal. Not. Ooh, I won the big prize. No, they would behead me over there. Not a good idea. They curse me on the streets and then come around the back door at night. But guess what? My number 3 country is Pakistan. Watches the channel. Go figure. Alright, let's get our tongs here. Let's start dropping our chicken in. Then we'll go make up our spicing. We'll be very careful about safe food handling practices. Greatest thing you can teach your kids is how not to poison themselves when they're cooking. Boy, it's a lot of damn chicken here. We'll get it all cooked. And there we go. That's perfect. Right on in. We're going to let our tongues sterilize here a bit. We're going to properly dispose of this, and I'm going to wash my hands. Thank you, kidneys. I appreciate that. Thank you, sweetie. most of the world through history, elderly people were revered for their knowledge and wisdom collected over the years. It's only really in Western societies that we find a very dismissive attitude towards what older people can bring to the table in terms of been there, done that. And we pay a price for that. All right, we got our bag. Now we're going to go get our spices. We're going to get garlic powder. We're going to get onion powder. We're going to get chili powder. And we're going to get some cayenne pepper. I'm not going to use any cumin. No, we don't need a coating here. We're just frying it. We're going to be using 5 ingredients tonight. We're going to be using a tablespoon of chili powder, probably a tablespoon and a half. We got a lot of chicken tonight. 2 tablespoons of garlic powder, not garlic salt. 2 tablespoons of onion powder, not onion salt. And I do like it a bit spicy, so we're probably going to use a 1/4 teaspoon of cayenne pepper here. Good night, Jen. All right, I've cooked a lot over the years, cooked and baked. My passion is really baking. You should also have a good digital thermometer too, okay? I think that's super helpful. We need to have this at least 180 degrees in the thickest part of the meat here. And because this is on the chili side, it's going to take a lot to bring this whole thing up to level here. Okay, and our gas bottle's worn out, so we need to change the gas. We're down to our last canister here. I had a 10 pack that 10 or 12 pack that lasted from December of this. It's pretty good, these things. So let me go change out the cylinder here. I got one more. I'm going to try filling this for tomorrow, right? I was told that I could safely refill these off of the big 5 gallons, and we'll see. Might try that tomorrow. Come on, man. Get in there, son of a bitch. Are you shitting me? There we go. There we go, full bore again. We're going to have a rack here that we're going to put our chicken on. Yes, I need a Rancho baking companion. 25 years old. Beautiful former Miss Venezuela or whatever. Alright, here we go. We're going to put that there. We're going to put some paper towels on that later. We're going to let that come back up to temperature. These gas cylinders last quite a while. Push comes to shove, I always have my plumbing. I always keep a few of these babies around. Wait till we hear the sizzle pop pop. Sizzle pop pop. Believe how violent that wind was. That literally lifted Kitchen Stadium up like a foot off the ground. I tell you, electrical tape is a wonderful thing. We're going to go ahead and prep our bag. Please make sure your hands are clean. Let's take a tablespoon of chili powder here. 2 tablespoons of garlic powder. A little more isn't going to hurt. 2 tablespoons of onion powder. A little more ain't going to hurt. Teaspoon of salt. Keep your salt low. And maybe a quarter or a teaspoon of cayenne pepper. Put this to taste. Okay, that's going to be plenty of heat. Alright, and let's give that a good shake. And you should dip it and taste it to make sure it's going to be to your liking. You're going to adjust accordingly. And that's just put a little more onion salt in. That's like bang on right there. A little more onion powder, I mean. And that's pretty much bang on right there. So we're going to sit that on the side now. And that's going to be ready to go. Alright. Yeah, I know about Saudi Arabia. I understand. I'd like to see Riyadh. But there's a big danger to transgender people in the Middle East. Like I said, they hate you during daytime, but they're sneaking up the back door at nighttime. I'm gonna get some tape. I'm gonna get some paper towels here. I use the Himalayan salt. Gail sent that to me. But to be honest, the Himalayan salt is there's something too earthy. It's too, there's some type of, it's like a sulfuric smell to it or something that I just can't get over. We're going to get that nice and golden brown, and we're going to take the thickest piece of chicken and make sure that that's up to 180 degrees. All right. Yeah, the Himalayan salt was a little gamey tasting to me. I don't know how to explain it. Oh, for baths. Okay, I thought you meant for cooking. I have it. It's just a really kind of earthy. It just smells kind of sulfuric to me. I don't know if that makes sense or not. Well, you need a ceramic grinder, not metal, and I can't remember why. I don't know. Is all I use it to find it less salt. It's just, there's some type of flavor to it. Found sort of off-putting. But I appreciate that other people enjoy it. I mean, I got no issue with it, Yeah, used for baths is fine, I think. But I tried it for cooking and I found it very pungent. Now, Kale loves it. She sent it to me, and I appreciate her sending it to me. Probably cost her a fortune to do so. So I honor the fact that she cared enough to send that, so I love that. She's a wonderful, wonderful friend. But I gotta be honest, I don't think I can deal with the flavor. Maybe because I'm a Morton salt idiot, We're gonna be playing this game all night with the freaking wind. We're in no rush. We just fry that off really good. We spread our paper, we drain it a little bit, and then we put it in a bag and give it a good shake. Pasta with pesto. Yeah, I'm not much on pesto. I really love the red sauces. It's like I'm not much on Alfredos either because I'm not a big cheese eater. Thing all caught up over here. This wind is obnoxious. Oh wow, these things are made to open too. I didn't even notice that. Hi Cheryl. Happy Saturday night. You don't mind if I drink a little bit tonight, do you? Yeah, the wind is much worse this spring. It's more enduring. Generally, we would have March into early April, and now it's just like all through April's been really, really difficult. It's really not been a very warm spring. What are you doing your research on Michigan? I only really know Detroit pretty well up there in Dearborn. You can see my videos on Detroit. Live stream. Just put Detroit in the search box, you'll find it all. Walking the Tough Hoods, Livernois Avenue, getting the royal boot from the Packard plant, the old Packard plant. The Chatilla Bakery, the shawarma place. I had my Daisy Dukes on. Boy, did that go over big. Every guy was checking me out, and the girls were like going nuts in the place. Yeah, just put Detroit in the search box. You can see the whole. It's called the Great Midwest Band Tour 2019. Niagara Falls. The greatest video I think I made was Beneath the Roaring Falls. See, when I met the beautiful Bella Rose in Buffalo, and she took us around to Lockport. Kitchen Stadium refuses to go down. I love that. Hey Deborah, this thing has been knocked actually 2 feet off the ground and still standing. Nothing's going to bring this down except heavy rain. But it's weird how it's windy at night. It used to be windy in late afternoon. Now the wind comes in about 8 o'clock. Strange. Guess we'll have chicken for breakfast tomorrow. Do, 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 do. Let that get cooked out really well. You don't ever want to get sick off a chicken. You'll never forget it. Nice to see Deborah Langley. We haven't seen the great Janet Fields here tonight. Yeah, Dave, thanks for the donation. Cheap bastard. I won the big winnings, Rosie. I can't share a dime with you. I guess we called out that bullshit. Ooh. That's pretty damn funny. Yeah, things are ramping up overseas. I know. Cooked chicken pink like beef, and then she felt like she was. Yeah, it's a terrible thing. Yeah, he won 38,000. He hasn't tipped out one thin freaking dime. We're all concerned about it here, Deborah. We're mightily concerned. I don't think he won a dime, Nicole. I think old Dave is a bullshitter of the first order. But that's fine. We all got to be something. We love our Scottish Dave. Soon to be appearing in the remake of Train Spotting. Could you please do another stir fry dish? And I made them say they were delicious. Okay, I will, Kamiza. Yep. Kamiza. Yep. I will do a thing I do best is like a stir fry shrimp or rice. Just remember, your friends are sesame oil and brown sugar. The average person is going to have no idea that you need brown sugar in a fried rice. We're not making a cake here. Yeah, you're making fried rice. Well, you don't use brown sugar. Of course you do. Look in a Chinese kitchen. You'll see brown sugar and starch are the backbone, cornstarch. So heavily used cornstarch for crispiness. I break down all the secrets. Yeah, don't leapfrog with a unicorn. Yep. We're going to get that nice and crispy brown. Nice and good. Flip that all over. We want to always make sure you bring chicken up to at least 180 degrees at the thickest part of the thickest piece that you're cooking. If that's good, everything else will be good. Never risk your life. Poor Dave, I hope everybody knows I'm messing with him. I know Dave doesn't have a pot to piss in over there. But he's living a good life in old Glasgow, Scotland. It's going to be some good chicken tonight. Golden State, how you doing? Yeah, I don't want Dave all upset. Dave's retreated. We're about, say, 2/3 of the way done cooking through here. Starting to get nicely brown on here. Hey, Dave, we got that out of Dave. The $3 Dave Super Sticker. There it is. Woo! If you can get 3 pounds out of a Scotsman. Love you, Dave.
Scottish Dave tipped £3 through Super Chat.
See what I mean? The power of coercion here. Thank you, Dave. I'll be happy to send that back to you. I'm just playing with you tonight. Thank you, Dave. That's going to brighten my day. Don't you feel better now? Yeah, praise the Lord. You can get 3 pounds out of a Scotsman. You're doing damn good. Hey. Amanda. Dave's alright. You know, the good thing about Dave, he shows up and he participates in the chat. I love that. I like that about Dave. Thank you, Dave. I knew you were playing to my ego. You think so? Well, shit, Dave. You won 38,000 pounds. You want me to get the calculator and see what 3 pounds is as a percent of that? I'm not worth 3 pounds? Dave, we're like that. I mean, I'm supposed to come and stay on your sofa when I come over, right? To old Glasgow. Rosie, we're going to hit the pubs. Yes. It took about 10 minutes. I know I'm trolling hard. Hello, Paul. Good to see you tonight. How are you? Well, we're just cooking up some chicken. We got our bag ready to go for some chicken in a bag tonight. Yeah, I like messing with Dave. Dave's a good soul. Oh, shit. Here we go. There's Aurora. Son of a bitch. There goes our quiet night. This cat is like brutal city, man. Oh, shit. That bastard is right there. There it goes. Chase out the other cat. A cat come in and get some food. Birds wonder, I wonder why the cats don't come around anymore. Because you have a bully cat there, that's why. Yeah, put me on my first church, put me on your church fundraising, absolutely. Inspirational. P2E. Bills before tools. Yeah, Blackbird's a little under the weather. Just need some good sleep and he burns the candle a lot, so, and at our age, you can't really afford to be living that hard every day. We're doing okay though on the chicken. Like to get that nice and golden brown. No, Cheryl. The fact that he's out there messing with the cats tonight told me it's not too bad. I'll keep an eye on the situation, though. I'm glad to see him sleeping tonight, though. But I bet he'll be at work on Monday. Oh, this is getting nice and golden brown. Yes. Looking good. I told you that cat was brutal. That cat has kicked every other cat off of the property here. No, I didn't burn the chicken, Nino. It's actually looking damn good. We're really up to temperature. I'm just doing it for color. Yep, 179. Everything is up to temperature. I go for the thickest piece of every piece of chicken. And we are looking awesome. I'm just going for color now. And we are all good to go on that chicken. Well, I'm not, I like to have the wings and I like the thighs. think the breast meat is too damn dry. All that meat's good. We're gonna put our chicken out here, drain for a second. A lot of this chicken is really teeny tiny wings and stuff. Okay, we're gonna let that drain in a minute. We're gonna turn off this. I think we almost lost a piece of chicken there. Kinda did. We're gonna let that drain a minute there. And we got our bag already ready to go with our spices. Already in the bottom down there. We're going to commence to enjoy some chicken tonight. Got plenty. I think I'll probably have this for breakfast tomorrow. Tomorrow begins a new month, and we got to hit the gas pedal on our getting in shape here. Be our last month. All right, oops. All right, so all of our chicken is in. Now comes the fun part. We're going to shake that really good. Get a really good coating over everything. Let that sit a minute. Then we're going to get a plate inside. So do not forget to be here tomorrow night. Bobby will be here. We're going to do some Cornish game hens on the barbecue grill. Here we go. We're going to set our plate down here. Open up. This chicken looks amazing. I think we'll put the rest in the fridge for tomorrow. That should be enough for tonight. I'll give you a look in a minute. And there she is. Look at that. Well, I appreciate that, Dave. Thank you. And look good. I think you could not eat better on a Saturday night. Honest to goodness. That's some kick-ass eating. Looks good. What do you think, June? You think that looks okay? It ain't bad, right? Beats a kick in the ass. Seems like I'd be down for that, Rosie. When I come to the rancho. Oh, it's a southern thing. Chicken in a bag, Korean style. So let's get some napkins. Bing! I wonder where the boss is tonight. He's usually torturing me. I want to dabble. Yeah, okay, I got you. Hot, juicy. Only thing I do a little different, add a little more heat to it. Delicious. Well, I think Golden State, they use like a kimchi powder or something over there. You know, you're going to love it. You are going to absolutely love it. Yeah, it's a very good eat. Plus, it makes a great presentation. It's great at parties. If you were to put this out on the table, everybody would rave it. Oh, that chicken was amazing. It tastes like chicken. Hey, Sherry. I like kimchi too. But not for breakfast. Yeah, we sang happy birthday to Ed tonight. Oh, it's really good. Make sure you try chicken in a bag. It'll be a big hit. If you have grandkids come over, they like to shake that in the bag. Love that. Thank you, Dave. I count on that. And yes, Dave, I do like to mess with you. Oh man, it's like Aurora stays on patrol for hours over here at night. The pub is good. Candy turned out amazing. Oh, thank you, Camila. Thank you. Yeah, you could use blue cheese. Some people like ranch. Me, I just like to taste the flavors on it. But you could have a kimchi powder that's really, is gonna bang the hell out of you, right? Yeah, Rio Bird, doesn't it seem like you look back like, wow, we just didn't even know how good we had it. We look back wistfully. Hey, thumbs up or appreciate it if you're here. Oh, I love Cathay Pacific. I flew a lot on that. China Eastern Airline, Cathay Pacific, Philippine Airline, China Air China. I flew them all, baby. What a feed. Oh, friggin' delicious. Just so enjoyable. So easy to make. So great for cocktail parties and outdoor events. And family over. I'm making chicken and what the hell are you doing? They're gonna go out of their minds. Yeah, we're kind of sad because she was supposed to be inducted into the Country Music Hall of Fame tomorrow. Kind of sad. She hit her age well. Well, that was freaking delicious. Yeah, we interpreted that, Cheryl, that she might have taken her own life, so sadly, you know. She sure gave me a lot of enjoyment over the years. I don't know. Good night, Nino. It has been an amazing night tonight. We've covered a lot of stuff. I've eaten wonderfully tonight. It is sad. I am very sad. And Winona must be beside herself. I mean, I would be inconsolable tonight. I'd just be like, ah. A big chunk of me just got ripped right out. I just can't mentally grasp that. I mean, but then I look at the shape of the world today and stuff, and I get it. I get it. Yeah, mental health is brutal, and I'm afraid, Cherry, it's going to get worse. Yeah, I can't either, Slugbug. I just, alcoholism, drug abuse is just going to explode. Me, Candy, I've been on turbulence on Tupolev, Russian planes going over the Himalayas to Nepal. I've gone through typhoons between Taiwan and Shanghai. that I felt sure that the wings were going to be ripped off of the plane. I've been from Hong Kong to Hawaii, where the pilot's like, flight attendants, take your seats. Don't even worry about securing the drink carts. Just take your seats and belt in immediately. Woo! I've been in turbulence. It's almost flipped the plane upside down, yeah. But I tell you again, look at the video of the MD-80, the McDonnell Douglas 80, that the Federal Express pilot won Civilian Aviator of the Year medal, the highest award you can win, for keeping control of his plane when one of his fellow employees went out of his mind and tried to actually hit him in the head with a hammer and all kinds of shit. So you're not going to knock a plane out of the sky, no matter how turbulent it is, unless you fly into a fucking thunderhead. So I have total and complete, I don't care what the hell that plane does. I don't care if people are jumping out of their seats, hitting their heads on the overhead compartments. It ain't gonna go down. The only thing pilots do is they fly around thunderheads and things like that. June said, I won't fly again. I would fly versus drive any day of the week. That's just me. Because I've flown 250,000 miles in the roughest, the shittiest planes. Yeah, the planes fly themselves. If the pilot's not nervous, why in the hell should I be? Right? If the flight attendants are doing it, what the hell do I got to worry about? If we go down, we go down. But like I said, your results may vary. You do what you want. Yeah, we lost an engine, big deal. You got 2 other ones. No. Pilots are working from home. Woo! I like that. Yep, thumbs up or appreciate it. I really thought we'd be 200. We really... You know what I mean, Pat? Why would anybody choose to fly if it was going to be a life and death event every day? I've been through typhoons with the most inexperienced Chinese pilots that didn't know their ass from a hole in the ground. Never hear a word from the flight deck. That plane's like gone almost of 80-degree tilt. Wow, Buttercup baby, really? What do you think hurricane hunters do when they get in and they fly into the heart of the hurricane? What's up, Janet? Had some wonderful chicken in a bag tonight. Well, DC-10, whatever the hell it was, that plane flew upside down. That thing did power dives, climbs. That pilot put that plane upside down. Ain't nothing gonna knock it. Ain't no turbulence gonna take a plane down. You might feel like it is, but it ain't gonna happen. It's the same as saying, are you gonna scream when you hit a bumpy road? Let me out of the car. Everybody else turns around. The fuck are you about, man? Sorry. Candy, I never stop flying. What am I going to tell my boss? I'm going to take the Orient Express from Hong Kong to London? See you in a week? It's like, get your ass over to London. We got a problem over there. Okay. Good night, Dave. Yeah, if your boobs slap your chin, you got a problem. Ain't nothing going to bring a plane down of turbulence. You know, it's much safer than driving statistically. When you see what's on the road today, come on. People doing 90 miles an hour and 25 mile an hour zones. Yeah, thank you, Kamiz. I appreciate that. Liz, I've been Hong Kong to London so many times I couldn't even see straight. 15 and a half hours to 15 hours back. You have turbulence, the plane drops, but it's similar to a rough road. Nobody screams on a bus when you hit a really bad patch, right? I've been to London so many times. Kensington, High Street. Good night, Slugbug. If I go to London next time, I just want to hang around in Soho. Waste my time. I don't need to do the tour. Oh, there's the crown jewels. Oh, okay. Like Clark is Griswold. Right? Yeah, you don't hear people screaming on a bus unless they have a hijacker or something. Or, give me all your money. Ah! Yeah, tour the Boeing factory. They'll show a video of a wing bend test. It'll blow your mind. Why do you think they're articulated, the wings? Right? It's like saying, is turbulence going to bring a bird out of the sky? Really? Just sat down and wrote it out, James. That's right. I mean, I've been through typhoons. They call it the bowling alley between Taiwan and Shanghai. Try running that in August, September. Holy shit. I mean, you just, all I do is just push the button. Yeah, I'd like to get another drink. Yeah, can I get a Jim Beam and a little bit of ice? Sure. I was rocking in Canada. It was bad. Yeah, I had a van. Look at Cheryl. Cheryl's like the coolest cucumber in the lot, right? I mean, we're going down to Mexico City, man. We're dodging between thunderheads. I'm showing you guys out the window. There's lightning strikes all around. This pilot's like, woo! Oh, shit. Anyway, don't ever worry about turbulence. Your greatest threat on a plane is your other passengers. I'm sad to say that, but your greatest threat on a passenger jet in the United States is the passengers that are around you. They could do something really stupid, like go over to the door, flip it, suck your ass right out of the plane. Then what are you going to do? Well, Cheryl, the best way to destroy a plane and tear the wings off is to fly through a thunderhead. Pilots won't do that. They will go 120 miles around the outside. All right? A thunderstorm will rip the wings off of a plane. Yeah. I had turbulence once when I kissed the ground. Well, Candy, if you see the way the planes are designed and the load factors they're able to take, my question to you, Candy, would be, why would anybody choose to be a commercial pilot? Why would anybody go into the Air Force and subject their wings to Mach 4 and 5? Now you can worry about your wings snapping off. They use metals that are so freaking strong. Pilots know it's like, put it on autopilot and go. Well, nobody likes turbulence, James, but it never stopped me from flying. I never had a thought about the plane's going to go down. Except the other people on the plane. Except the other people on a plane. That's the thing I'm concerned about, is the other idiots on the plane. That's the unpredictable element of flying. Do, do, do. No, I'm not that tough, Liz. Look, millions of people fly every day. Millions of people will arrive at their destination having flown through the most horrific weather, jet streams, turbulence, and you know what? They all ended up getting there. Day in, day out, day in, day out. Because truth be told, Boeing and Airbus engineer planes so that the pilot just is a caretaker. That's all. Nobody likes a roller coaster when you've had drinking all night the night before. And take people for a greasy breakfast at Carl's Jr.? Really? What kind of idiot does that? Oh, that's right. I almost forgot. Could we get some thumbs up, guys, on the boards? It would be appreciated. Hero by the boo. Sucked out a broken window because I don't want an engine. Yeah, but do you know how rare that is, Buttercup, baby? It's like, think about this, guys. A fucking Hawaiian Airlines plane, the goddamn roof got ripped off the thing. It was a convertible. People are flying 400 miles an hour. You don't think my wig would be a flying? Right? Well, this is interesting. Goddamn plane got brought in like it was nothing. You don't hear about aviation accidents, shit. Goddamn plane got ripped, the top got ripped off of it. The damn flight attendant, she got ripped off. That was the only like casualty. I mean, come on, people. The boss when he was in the United States Navy, he had a greater risk of dying than the people that were in the air in the United States Air Force and the United States Navy above him. Now, I'd be a lot more concerned if I'm taking a ship through a fucking typhoon with 35-foot waves cresting and breaking across the stern. Following sea. Good luck with that shit. Well, it's okay to be a baby. Find your comfort zone. But but pilots wouldn't pursue the profession if it was dangerous. But they do worry about the passengers a hell of a lot more than the elements out there. I don't know if the boss ever went through a typhoon or, had a real following sea, which means the waves are coming at your stern and they're lifting you up and just plowing your front end down. We had that phenomenon on Chesapeake Bay. Terrible. But he was probably swabbing the heads down below. I don't know. The hell do I know? What the hell does an electrician's mate do anyway? Boy, I've been so weak on thumbs lately. I must be failing, Miss Lulu. I'm gonna cry under your ample bosom. Sunshine. on my shoulders makes me happy. Ooh, sunshine almost always makes me high. What's up, Janet Fields? At least the boss could have said, yeah, I was in battle stations, man. I was right there. Right? Shit hit the fan. Pop, 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 pop. Oh, Miss Lulu, I love you, honey. You're awesome sauce. Golden State said, I think some people's fear is the thought of falling from the sky or burning to death. Because, you know, when people fly, it's the only form of transportation. Think about this, Golden State. Statistically, it's the safest, but psychologically, it's the only form of transportation where we always think of the worst outcome. We step on a bus, we never think of the bus driver falling asleep and just going off the side of the road and going through the ice on a lake and everybody dies. Or the person on a country road that falls asleep, crosses the median strip and head-ons at 55, 60 miles an hour with the car coming the other way. Or the train that happens to hit a bad section of track that just at that time the spikes come loose because of the vibration and the train derails and 25, 30 people die. Flying is the only form of transportation that we always think our fears are about the worst possible outcome, when statistically we should always concentrate on the best outcome, because 99.99% of the time it turns out to be that perfect outcome. Touch my boobs, yes. Well, Buttercup baby, if you've flown into Hong Kong, look at that landing. Or if you've ever landed at the Lindbergh Airport in San Diego, another harbor landing that drops you right down over the center of the city. Hong Kong, you used to come right between the apartment buildings. Scary as hell. That thing be like this. You're looking at people's laundry hanging out the window and shit. I'm laying across seas. I've been watching Golden State. The FAA, statistically, the worst thing you can do is get into a small plane. The best thing you can do is get into a commercial plane. Okay? Don't get into a private plane. Now your odds of survival go woo, way down. Fog comes in. The pilot is VFR rated, which means visual flight rules. Then all of a sudden, unexpected fog. What the hell is this? Now he's not rated for IFR, instrument flight rules. He loses direction. After a while, he doesn't know if he's up or down. And it's game over. Game over. Sunshine. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I think I need a couple more pieces of chicken. That was so delicious. Yeah. When I studied for my license for remote drone pilot, and I am a licensed remote drone pilot with the FAA, the number one cause of death in the air was pilot disorientation, losing the horizon. John F. Kennedy Jr. So many cases where they're not able to fly by instruments because they start to second guess. Is that instrument reading correct? And they lose their focus on flying and navigating. And the next thing you know, they're totally disoriented and pitching into the ground or the sea. Never get on a private plane. Rock stars that have died. People, that should be enough of a lesson to you. Kai-Tak Airport I came into 100 times. Every time I was scared shitless dropping down between high-rise buildings in fucking windy conditions, and that plane is like that. Those commercial planes are outstanding, big jobs. Let's say the boss had a plane and he said, Rosie, let's go flying. Now I have to think about if the unexpected occurs, what's this guy going to do? Santa Rosa has a good airport. They've lengthened the runway. They're opening a new terminal. It's a very good airport. I'm not getting in a small fucking plane with a private pilot. Are you kidding me? Unless he's IFR rated instrument flight rules, forget about it. Show me your IFR license. How do you think Patsy Cline ended up dead? The Big Bopper and Buddy Holly. The list goes on. Jim Croce. If they had always flown commercial, they would be here today. John Denver. They would still be here today. Think about that. Small plane pilots panic. Commercial pilots don't panic. Wow. Yeah, they fly military aircraft hard. But Joey D would know more about that. Yeah, we all take our chances. I think you take a greater chance on the highways, the city streets here with people doing 90 on the 25. I mean, I dread every time I pull out on the street when I'm going to get T-boned and turned into a... It's very concerning to me. Stevie Ray Vaughan, plane crash. That's what I'm saying, Sherry. It's just like the musicians are tempted. Yeah, that'll save me a lot of time and effort. Yeah, let's take the small plane. Right? Yeah, the planes have regular maintenance. FAA is so tight. Certain number of hours commercial, you have to have that plane inspected with X-ray. They're looking for metal fatigue. The engines. If an engine catches fire or explodes, which sometimes happens, the fucking engine's designed to break away from the wing. Bing! Yeah, I feel sorry for the poor bastard on the ground, but that's not your problem at 32,000 feet. You gotta drive defensive all the time, Sherry. Yeah, the sonic boom. Good night, June. Thanks for coming in tonight. Always an honor to see you in the chat. My beautiful, wonderful trans sister from Massachusetts. And June, keep those lights burning bright in Massachusetts. Oh, wow, Buttercup, baby. That's why I decided not to pursue a private pilot's license. Thank you, June. As much as I love the idea of being a pilot, they want you to be able to recover from a stall and a spin. Step on the rudder the opposite direction of the spin. Pull back on the stick. Holy shit. Yeah, what's called the critical angle of attack. If you exceed it, the plane will stall and roll over. Oh, P-car with the chicken was delicious. Very keto, very nice. Because tomorrow starts a new month. And it's the final month of the keto, and this time we're going hardcore. That's our boss's bullshit. Yeah, stall, stall, stall. Every plane has what they call a critical angle of attack. If you exceed it, then you create a spin, which for many pilots is deadly. It's a death sentence. So a lot of planes will have a stall warning, 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 warning. Level out, level out, level out. Do, 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 do. Once the most dangerous part of a pilot is landing. When you have to do the base leg, downwind leg, and then you turn to come in. Some pilots turn too sharp and they induce a spin. Right on down. Yes, most pilots are taken out by unexpected weather because they're VFR rated, which means licensed for visual reference, visual flight rules only, meaning you have to have 20-mile visibility. Well, what do you do when that unexpected cloud bank comes in, obscures all of a sudden? Fuck, now what? We're not rated for instrument flight rules. What do we do now? Panic. So weather and unexpected weather is going to take out more small plane pilots than anything. It's never going to be the plane. You have a good chance of surviving if your engine goes out. If you can find a place to put it down, you got a pretty decent chance of surviving. Get into shitty weather, your odds drop down. Whew. A la John F. Kennedy Jr. Late afternoon haze. Where's the horizon? Where am I? He didn't encounter a storm. He encountered a haze in the afternoon. And he became disoriented, as many private pilots do, when the visibility goes away and they can't see in front of them. It saddens me because he took his wife with him. And I don't know what his future might have been. I don't think he was a particularly intelligent person, but he was good looking and he was somewhat charismatic, but, you know. Yes, a 16-year-old can be licensed to fly, yes. And there are plenty of 16-year-olds that hold licenses. But to get your license, you have to come around, you have to land, and then you have to touch, take off again, do it again. It's the landings that screw most people up. What's up, Callie girl? How you doing, honey? What the hell's that noise? I don't know. No, it wasn't a storm. It was a changed weather conditions of haze. You know, when you get out in the ocean in summertime and all of a sudden you get that late afternoon moisture and humidity and haze comes up and it just totally fucked him up. Where's the horizon? And he doesn't know how to read the instruments. He doesn't know to trust it. Is that the true horizon? Right. No storm brought down JFK. The weather was calm, humid, warm afternoon, evening. Sayonara. Fog inversion. Thank you, Rio Bird. All of a sudden you have no visibility, no idea where you are. You don't know if your plane is level. They tell me it's the very worst feeling in aviation. And then you lose the first rule of the Air Force, which is navigate, continue to navigate and move, keep the plane operational, buy time. It's still very windy here, Pebbles. It must be windy as hell down Janet's area. So summertime in the afternoon, evening can be very dangerous. And it's statistically proven, I think, that most pilots, small plane pilots, overestimate their skill, and most commercial pilots underestimate their skill. Think about that. Because commercial pilots have a tremendous amount of thrust, engine. Thank you, Jonathan. Aviate, navigate, and communicate. Don't stop flying the plane. Okay, everybody gets, the pilot's freaking. He's looking down here, like reading this. What in the case of this, and he's losing, like, what the hell's going on? Focus. Yes, thank you, Jonathan. Aviate, navigate, communicate. Yes. Yep. Thank you, Melissa. Spatial disorientation kills more pilots than all the other factors combined. Yes. Yep. Thank you. My dad, he took his license. He was driving on him, but oh my goodness, Pat. The FAA doesn't play. They make mistakes. But thank you, Melissa. Spatial disorientation. Yes. Fog, clouds throw your equilibrium off. You start to panic. You start to read the manual. Well, what does this instrument tell me? And before you know it, you look up again like, what the hell happened? Where am I? Tower, I've lost the horizon. Well, you don't have you have vectors, but your plane can't pick it up. Sorry, we can't lock onto it. Next time, get a more expensive plane. Fuck you. You ought to hear some of the communications between the towers and the pilots. Some of the classic China Airlines, right? Misinterpretations. Classic stuff. Due to spatial disorientation. That was a test question of mine. Where are you in space? There's one guy has a channel on YouTube that he talks about the investigations and talks about, there's always people dying every day. Small planes. Okay, guys, it is 10:16. I have been live for 4 hours and 35 minutes, so I am going to call it a night. And thank you for being here tonight. To all of you, if you have not hit the thumbs up button, well, I must have disappointed tonight because I came up horribly short. On thumbs up to the tune of 32 tonight. For that, I apologize. I must not have been entertaining enough, stimulating enough, interesting enough. But tomorrow is another day. If you've not hit that button, ram that button. Tomorrow's going to be a great day. I got recorded content that's going to be coming your way from the Santa Rosa Railroad Square car show tomorrow. Should be some cool people watching. Some cool vehicles up there. And in the meantime, first and foremost to my wonderful moderators, thank you for everything that you do day in, day out, day in, day out. I appreciate the hell out of you guys. And for everybody else that's coming tonight, been part of the last hour, 4 hours and 37 minutes, we had some pretty good discussions tonight. And I want to thank you for being here. I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a safe, peaceful sleep. Have a good one. Do 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 do.